All right, should be back up and running. I think I did that in under a minute, so that's not terrible. All right, what else is happening now? Anything else sneaking in here? Marin, M-R-I-N. So MGAM, it doesn't look like it's going to do what I don't want to say hoping for, but I want to see if they can take out 450 later on. EAT. EAT is another earnings play, guys. EAT is another earnings play. EAT as an EAT is an earnings play. There's a nice big gap up here, guys, actually. So what's the next high looking left is 42.82. So that's the next high for EAT, EAT. All right, the the plugs have been pulled here, guys. The rugs have been pulled. Certainly for both MGAM and MSGM. Well, that is a classic reason why I wait. I was not going to anticipate that it would take out 450. Notice I had this, probably hard to see in my 15-minute chart, but I have a blue line right around 450, and that's what I was waiting for. And I wasn't going to anticipate that it was going to happen. In other words, taking it ahead of time. Didn't happen, so didn't get nailed on this. And okay, so there's your offering. Okay, I was wondering. I actually thought maybe it was MGAM also. So there's your offering for MSGM. Well, at least they did it before the market opened. Okay, I'll give them that. Can't fault them for that. Though I'm sure they wish I could have taken a little more advantage when it got up to 80. 2140, you're up 2140. So it's well above that financing price right now. So they're raising quite a bit of money. I mean, yesterday, remember, guys, this was a $2 stock yesterday. And now they're able to raise money at basically 10 times that amount, 10 times that share price of yesterday. So to put it in some kind of perspective, if they had wanted to do the same thing, they would have had to do 39 million shares to raise the same amount of money, approximately, just approximately. So they've been able to do it just issuing 3.9 million shares. So not as dilutive. So YouTubers, how disruptive was that? Any big deal? Okay, guys, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. ADIL sub $1. Yeah, Jamie, so how about the feed? Because I stopped the feed. I stopped the feed, the screen and all that, and then I restarted. Just have to refresh. And I think I did it in under a minute. So it's not that disruptive then. All right, guys. William, where are you? We're less than a minute from the open. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. And market's open. Okay. So, guys, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So let's see what happens here. And Peloton. Peloton's the first thing that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Now, Peloton is an earnings play. PTON is an earnings play. And the next high looking left looks like it's around 1432 on the weekly chart. So I don't know how much more room this has. And we have our first halt of the day for volatility. So VS looks like it got halted on the way up. Maybe a little bit of a halt on the way up for VS. Okay, be careful here now, guys. So MSGM, they did a financing, but it's reacting not badly. I mean, you might say, okay, yeah, look at that huge gap down. Of course, it from the pre-market highs, which was nonsensical. But remember, the financing is done at 2150, 2150, 2150. Come on, 2140, 2140. So it is, it's above that financing price, MSGM, above the financing price. And MGAM is trying to move a little bit here, but I mean, if it can take out five, I know you're giving up a lot, but the next high looking left is 545. I mean, it's all about this high way back here at 2080. And I can almost guarantee you traders who missed out yesterday on the MSGM and then this morning in Chagrin are looking at maybe this one. I mean, it's sports in India. I think mobile on their phones. I think that's what it's all about. And that's the MGAM. Now VTNR, I did see this. I think they had a sale. I think they sold something, and that's a sale of Heartland used motor oil. Things are a little, come on, things are a little bit sluggish this morning for me. $90 million. So I guess they spun off, well, they didn't spin it off. I guess they sold its Heartland used motor oil collection recycling business for $90 million. So we have a couple of halts already, MSGM and VS. Yeah, VS could be still interesting. I mean, it's a low float, 1.83 million in the float. It did get up to $4. Put, generative AI in their press release. All right, guys, what I'm waiting on here is maybe the MGAN, if it really has this run. Now, it's, I mean, it's a low float, but it's not the crazy low float, 13 million in the float. I mean, that's, in the old days, like last week, I would have said 13 million is crazy, is pretty low, but we're getting so used to these ones that are sub 1 million or around a million. No, wait a minute, guys. My machine sounds like it's going to take off. It's doing some kind of an update. All right, keep an eye on Carvana, CVNA underneath 10 again. CVNA underneath 10 again. The low yesterday, $9, so it's underneath 10 again. I don't know how active these memers are going to be today. All right, how is EBET doing? EBET, again, sports and generative AI, the buzzwords for the day. What do you mean you had an update early today, Peter? What do you mean by that? Our YouTube room? No, I look at Carvana, up, down, up, down. One of the reasons, classic why I don't like to trade in the first 15. Action like this, looked like this was going to, okay, take out 10, maybe move down. Not quite. Carvana right back up over 10. Keep an eye on that MGAM, guys. I mean, that MGAM. Again, it's all about looking left, okay? All about looking left and seeing that 2074. Sports and generative AI, buzzwords right now. MGAM, guys, MGAM on the move here. MGAM on the move. Whoa, and then not on the move. I mean, this stuff, I mean, this is what I'm saying, guys. In the first 15 minutes, things can get really, really whippy. I almost, well, broke my rule. And insanity prevailed because, I mean, I just have this, just don't like taking things so early. So now I'm going to reset my alert at 450-ish. Another one that is halted, guys. Lion, Lion. So this is okay. So this is a blank check company, a SPAC, guys, and now it's been approved. They approved the merger with Security Matters. Okay, so they've approved the merger with this Australian supply chain tech. Just come out and say you're generative AI also. So when you say something's happening funky with your single stock window, now that happens to mine sometimes also. The columns get jumbled a bit. I just have to re-click something else and then it usually goes back. Is that what you're talking about? It happens to me too every now and then. Sometimes like this is the way, if you can see my single stock window right now, this is how the presentation normally is. But sometimes, these columns will get jumbled around. Not sure what there is to do really. I mean, it's just one of those things. I know it shouldn't happen, but if you don't have any columns, okay, MSGM guys, MSGM, look at this, look at this move. Boy, that's impressive. It's coming off the financing, 2140. Well, if you have no columns at all, did you save your single stock window? Or how about taking mine? Well, did you save your single stock window before? I always save everything, right? And maybe try to bring it back. X out your current one and then bring it back. All right, VS continued. Now, this is interesting to me. It got halted. It was a 10-minute halt. It didn't get below 3. Wow. Classic. Why I like to wait 15 minutes. I mean, look at this MGAM. I really did think, that pop up here, taking a 450, this could have the run. And I was it was literally on the buy. And then it dropped. And then it dropped. And then it dropped. And then now look at it. Look at this big, huge topping tail on it. All right, guys, LPSN on the move here. LPSN just stuck generative AI in their press release, and so this is on the move. Not a low float. I mean, it's not crazy high, 70 million in the float, so it's not crazy low or high, but 1450. Let's take a look at the next high. 1611 on the weekly chart is the next high for LPSN, and of course today is FOMC. So we'll have the fireworks at 2 and at 2:30 for the discussion part. Now, this will not affect all these crazy low floaters. So I'm seeing a little bit of weakness in retail, guys. I see Macy's, not a little bit. Pretty big gap down. Well, maybe it looks worse than it is. 23.41. No, that's a big gap down for Macy's. And I also saw Nordstrom's, JWN. You have to get my yeah. Look at so both Macy's and Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's outlook revised to negative at S&P. Something's going on with my computer, guys. So I'm outlook revised to negative at S&P. So there's Nordstrom's, and I think it's going to drag. Let's take a look at the ETF for retail XRT. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, so it has going to start off with a nice red bar also. Hawaiian Holdings airline, guys, January 31st post market. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. Didn't really see this in the pre market. Maybe the volume was light. Wow, this has got some room. 979. It has about $1 to the next low. Hawaiian Airlines, HA. And this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Snap's got a little bit, well, maybe not. Snap's a little bit of room. I mean, the next low looking left is 953 or so, 950 or so, and it is an earnings play. Snap is an earnings play. It just doesn't have enough room for me to try to short this one. Room meaning I'd like to see it a bigger gap to the next low. And we can forget about that bottoming tail. That was the day that the New York Stock Exchange went crazy with topping tails and bottoming tails. So disregard that one for Snap. The miss was de minimis. All right, guys. Hawaiian Airlines continues its little move down here. HA. Boy, oh boy, this is, I mean, MSGM is still alive here. It got halted again. Peloton, nice move for Peloton. I mean, that's, big float, almost 300 million in the float, up 12% on earnings. They had some pretty, you probably saw the ads that they were pumping out over the last, I don't know, month or so. All right, guys, I am short Hawaiian. I am short Hawaiian Airlines. I had to sit on it for a bit to get my fill. It was down 10, it was down over 10%. Lots of shares available, but again, that uptick rule. So I'm in at, not a bad fill, 1077. I had to sit on it though. And that's Hawaiian Airlines, HA. Yeah, eBet on the move here, guys. Wow. Low float, 11 million in the float. It's not Hawaiian Airlines. I mean, technically it's Hawaiian Holdings. Look at this market. What a nice move so far. I'm gonna watch this Hawaiian then. See, Shady's talking about IVDA. Let's take a look at IVDA. Brings in 1 million in smart city technology to Taiwan. Yeah, we'll put AI in. They didn't put generative, but they put AI in their press release. Cloud-based AI video. Okay, so another AI play. Call it an AI play. Man, William, yesterday you said we didn't have that many halts resumed, so we're getting a bunch of them now. RCRT just got halted. Recruiter.com. Let's see. Yep, here we go, guys. We're just going to get flooded with this stuff. Okay, so here's another one, artificial intelligence. I mean, why did they have to say that? Why didn't you say AI? Chat GPT. Boy, this brings me back, how long ago? 25 years? All right, Hawaiian, come on down. HA. MSGM opened. Another AI play, guys, Path, PATH, through the 200-day moving average. This is a big float, 365 million, so should not be quite as active, but nonetheless. You can just see the investor relations going crazy today. Probably all these little companies saying, how can we put AI in our name in a press release? All they have to do is say we're considering it. It's all they have to do. Okay, guys, with the strength of this market, I've taken some off the HA. Just with this, I know it's an earnings play, so it should be kind of trading on its own. But with the strength of this market, I am just going to take some of this off. Nothing fabulous on it. Another earnings play, guys. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. I guess it didn't have enough percentage move. OI, another earnings play. OI, this is a bit of a gap up and reverse. OI, the low of the day is 2019. Update my application on PC. So Peter, I don't understand what you're talking about. Are you talking about the emails that go out saying you have to indicate that you're not a securities professional and all that? If that's what you're talking about? If that's the case, yes. Look at MSGM. Oh man, MGAM is not followed. I'm still holding some hope that MGAM will follow at some point. All right. Well, Hawaiian is I've taken some off, but continues its move down. Just got that little red, that little green, not little, that big green candle in the SPY kind of got me a little bit nervous, even though this should be trading kind of on its own. It's an earnings play. Shouldn't be too affected by the overall market, but Okay, nice little pop here for PLTR, Palantir. Where's that 200 day? 840, so it's, a little bit close. So Lion resumed, LION resumed, and right back down. Now, can somebody, Casa or Cam, I know you guys like to do this. At some point, I couldn't quite tell when it will be starting to trade as a new symbol for Lion. The SPAC, so the merger has been approved, but it may be still months off or weeks off anyway. Oh, in July. Okay, forget it. In July. Okay, LPSN again. Generative AI. 17, I think, was the next high. Yeah, 17 on the weekly chart was the next high for LPSN. Meanwhile, Peloton just going crazy, guys. PTON. PTON going crazy. Big float also. That's a big move. Almost 300 million in the float to move 16%. That is a big move. All right, VS just resumed, guys. So this might be all she wrote for VS. I was actually hoping that it might maintain that 3 level and then move from there, but it doesn't look like it's going to. The volume, 20 million, 11 times the float. Well, I'm getting a base hit out of the Hawaiian, not a grand slam like some of the other ones that have moved, but I'm getting a base hit out of this one, HA. All right, RCRT just resumed, and boy, if it takes out a dollar, where could it go? I mean, it's already up 96%. The next high looking left is $1.01, and then after that, $1.25. These are on the weekly charts. And I don't know, my computer is going crazy this morning. I don't know why. Look at this. Okay, we're in that market again, guys. Remember yesterday it was kind of nice. We didn't see action like this. So what I'm talking about, we had that nice green bar to begin the day. What we didn't see yesterday were giant red candles wiping out, previous giant green candles. Take a look at the SPY. We had a nice orderly day in the SPY yesterday. That's hard to see here. Yeah, well, you have to take my word for it. The SPY went basically moved up most of the day without any giant red candles wiping out previous ones. But we're back in that market. All right, let's take a look at IVDA again. It's for some reason it's not. Oh, there it is. There it is. Showing up on my races. There it is. So again, AI, artificial intelligence, AI. This one is moving, guys. GBDC. Never seen this one before. Golub Capital, GBDC, but big topping tail. Peloton continues. PTON. What a great move for this company. 1622 is the next high looking left, I believe, on the weekly chart. Yeah. Of course, Peloton showed up in the pre-market with that move. It's showing up, I'm sure it must be showing up here in the large cap gainers. It is showing up here, the 10-day daily breakout. We're at 14.15 right off the bat. I can't, I just don't take these that early. I'm mentally prepared. I understand that some of these will just keep running, but I just can't do it. And also showing up here on my mover. So I'm only showing this because some people say, well, where did Peloton show up? Many, many places. And especially in the pre-market, you would have known about it. Okay, I remember the big deal about lithium yesterday. LAC with the, I think it was 650 or $630 million investment from GM. It's interesting that it's sort of selling off a little bit now. Well, their ads, of course, if you've seen the Peloton ads, basically saying, "Hey, everybody said, okay, yeah, we bought this bike, and now nobody's using it anymore." And they're trying to say, 92% of people are still using it. We're not talking about new sales, just people who purchased. No, it's a good ad. I mean, it is a good ad, in my opinion, anyway. Because we've all done that. We've all bought equipment, and whether I don't know where they're getting their numbers. Obviously, it's a survey that they're using, but we've all done that. We've all bought gym equipment that is gathering dust at home. I can say myself though, I've got my elliptical trainer or elliptical machine for I don't know how many years now. I guess since I got back from Boston. So say 2015. What's that? Wow, 8 years. Hard to believe. And I do use it. Well, they're having their day. They're definitely having their day. A 20% pop with that float. That's very impressive off earnings for Peloton, PTON. Okay, you guys were talking about RPD. RPD, yeah, nice. Got halted. Nice pop. I guess that makes sense. Connected to the internet so they can monitor the usage. LPSN guys, okay. This is not really broken down yet, like some of the other ones that have got this AI, generative AI in their press release. Hasn't really broken down yet. The next high is 17 on the weekly chart for LPSN. Yeah, shady. That's what somebody pointed out. Connected to the internet so they can monitor usage. That was from On the Edge Farm in our YouTube room. Pointed that out. Wow, vary from yesterday, guys. Another AI, JMP Securities maintains an $11 price target. So it's not, it should be putting a $20 price target or something, make it even more impressive. But Domi, Kai, hockey fans out there, DOMI, is it Domi? Not getting any, are you sure it's Domi or is it Domo? Is it Domo or Domi? I don't think, might have typed that in wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought, Domo. Any news on Netflix? I don't know. Let's take a look at Netflix. Let's see. Wow, good. Those advertised signups to ad tier doubled in January. So that's yeah. So that was the news for Netflix. Had earnings already, of course, on the 19th. Some hockey fans in the room. Okay, guys. Now AI, this the stock, 2179 in the pre-market, dropped all the way down to 1917, and now starting to run again. AI. I'm out of the Hawaiian guys. I'm out of the Hawaiian HA. I think fabulous, but maybe start concentrating on these flyers again. HI or sorry, AI. And you can see what I'm seeing here. Look at that. Look at that. AI, AI, AI. Every time it makes a new high on the crawl. Sure, it's showing up here somewhere. Yeah, there it is right at the top. What's the high yesterday for AI? The high yesterday was, it's getting closer, 2134. In the pre-market, it actually broke through that, 2175. As Peloton keeps making new high after new high after new high. And I was showing you where Peloton was showing up, also in the gap up and go. So Peloton, huge move for it. Speaking of huge moves, look at the MSGM again. The resumption of MSGM after the halt. Going to get halted again, guys, on the way down. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I saw that little blue dot at IB that usually signifies another halt is coming, but it's happening in my machine today. Sorry, guys. It's just acting up. I haven't had that for a long time. Other earnings play, guys. VREX. VREX, this is a gap down and go. Approaching a hold of 18. We've got to go back to, we got to go back over 2 years to see these next lows for VREX. VREX. Okay, take a look at FIGS, FIGS, FIGS. Yeah, coming into the 200-day moving average, 945, FIGS. Just this is showing up on my crawl. Okay, now I'm going to start looking at some of these ones in the racing. I like to see about an hour's worth of racing as it builds up this top 10 list. Okay, how's Snap doing after its earnings? Did it hold 10? SNA, whoops, SNAP. Oh, did it ever? Yeah, held 10, guys. Is nice little rebound here for Snap, and it's still down 10%. Had earnings. There was a reaction after hours, kind of held that gap down through the pre-market. A little bit of a movement here at 8:30 to pop it up a bit over 10. We do a reset, maybe helps. All right, well, it doesn't look good now for the MGAM, guys. I'm somewhat disappointed. I was hoping that that would kind of rise to the occasion and kind of piggyback a little bit on the MS. I think on the MSJM, I think it obviously did in the pre-market, but no enthusiasm for this one right now. This is a sort of a continuation of earnings yesterday, guys. ALGM had earnings yesterday, and nice reaction, and it's sort of a, not sort of, a continuation of earnings today. ALGM, overweight, $44 a share target by Barclays from 32. And that is for ALGM. Now, Game you would think would be active, and it is, just because it's called Game. What do they do? Engine Gaming and Media, they're the Canadian company. Software for online gaming. Okay, so these gamers have been, online gaming has been very strong. 160 is the next high looking left. Another low float, 13 million in the float. Hey, blue collar, are you in the room? I haven't seen blue collar for a while. Any problem with the top list windows not getting updates? No, right now I'm okay. 1025, 1026. Yeah, so this is updating. Yes, my top this top list window right here is working. So what's not happening for you? You had check the time at the top. Okay, it should. I mean, this is Eastern time, 1025, and that'll change usually in 30 seconds. So are you, so see how it changed to 1026 now? So what's happening with you? Are you not getting the time change in your top list window? Maybe just do a reset of your account. Go to account and reset connection, see if that helps, if that's what's happening. So again, can you, so I'm asking the question, is the time changing for you? Well, that's either going to be a yes or a no. But is the time changing? Remember, this is not real time. Well, this is not like an alert window. I mean, it's working if the time is changing at the top. Remember, it's a topless window, so it's not the same as a real-time alert. Okay. All right. This VS is getting ugly. No shorts for me. Well, don't necessarily restart it. Just do an account. Go to account and do a reset the connection. Don't necessarily have to restart Trade Ideas. Just do a reset of your connection and see it. But I still don't have an answer for you. Is the time changing? If they just, so I'm going to ask the question. All you have to do is answer yes or no. Is the time changing at the top of your watch list? Okay, so it's okay now? Okay. Yeah, when in doubt, guys, if you see anything weird happening, things are not updating, best thing to do is just go to account and then do a reset connection. That can usually solve a lot of problems. Why it happens, I can't answer that, but it's a server issue. Can be a server issue, even though, well, we still have servers. They're cloud-based servers now, but okay, so biggest difference, you would use a top list window, okay, Peter, XK, so let's just take a look. So if I right click, I'm starting from an alert window, but this is just, if you use a top list window, I'm gonna right click configure. I wanna show you what you can use, search. And now I'm gonna type in 10-day. Let's see if that'll bring it up the way I want it to. Yeah, so here is your 10-day range. Okay, 10-day range. So if you want so in dollars or percent, your choice. Okay. And then what I would do is I would have this as a column in a top list window. Okay. So in a column in a top list window and then sort on that column, if that makes sense. And sort on the column, and that'll show you the one that has had the biggest 10-day range. Oh, great, great. So you know how to do that. Okay, guys, let's see. Another fast morning. Fast. It was really active in the pre-market with all the stuff that was happening. And I missed my entry on the AI. Shoot. Now let's say, well, AI high yesterday was 2134. Very whippy again, that SPY. We're back to that. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. Big giant green candle to start. Giant red candle next. My thoughts on yeah, my thoughts are I don't mean to sound flippant, but I mean you're on your own. I mean MSGM is all, if you're going to take this, you have to take fewer shares of a wide stop, but highly, highly risky. I mean, they've done the financing. It is shaken off the financing of 2140. But this did get up to what, $81 in the pre-market. So I mean, this is, I can't make any recommendations one way or the other. Probably if it got, I mean, I know you're giving up a lot, but if it got over 49 again, it could have another run. But again, I'm not, I can't make any recommendations on this one. You have to ask yourself, there was no reason for this to get up to 81 other than the irrational exuberance of traders. You have to, that float, 460 million, sorry, 460,000 in the float. Nice shout out on the Domo. I didn't take it. Coming into potential, is it shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers. Looks like it could be coming into a lot of resistance. There's a high at 1663. There's a high at 1660. There's a high at 17. But this area right here around 1660, that could be some resistance for the Domo, DOMO. The earnings play, guys. Dynatrace, DT. Wow, what a nice little pop for it. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. Probably wasn't up enough. Other airline taking a bit of a hit here, guys. Azul, AZUL, got an earnings play. Take a look at jets. Let's take a look at the ETF for the airline industry. If it's kind of widespread, really kind of just flat. So VS just got halted again, guys, on the way up. So maybe it's not over completely. Meanwhile, natural gas continues down. UNG ETF for natural gas. Mattel, let's take a look at Mattel and upgrade to 26. People buying Barbies. Got an earnings play. Earnings not next week, but the week after, February 8th. Okay, things are settled down a little. Boy, that Domo kept moving. Good shout out on that Domo, DOMO. Now again, this could be a resistance area. 1663, 1660 are the highs. Is that set? Well, maybe not. I mean, it's blasting through that now. You know, your next level is around 17 for Domo. Yeah, my guess is that there are not too many brokerages that have MSGM available to short. And if you do, look at that fee rate now, 548%. Another airlines are taking a little bit on the chin. Another Chinese airline, EH. Excuse me, I want to take a look at KWEB to see what KWEB, the China ETF, is doing. Yeah, it's still hanging in there, guys. Still pretty solid. You know, is Jeopardy of taking that out a couple of days ago, that out meaning the 33 level, but held. NVTS, guys, NVTS on the move here. NVTS on the move through the 200-day moving average. Looking left on the weekly chart, 591 is the next high. So again, I mean, if your plan is to, I wouldn't be chasing this, but maybe a pullback to the VWAP or some moving average, a strong stock pulling back, just put some price alerts on your charts and see if they trigger. All right, guys, 10:43. So talk a little bit about my home page and what all the information you can get from it. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So obviously, not obviously, but here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see there are 4 plans. There's an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is $2,000. Annual standard is $1,000, less the 15%. You can go monthly though. But the difference between the premium and standard is the AI. Nothing really shaking with the AI today. Yesterday had a nice one in the what was the one that Sober, SOBR. You don't have to go annual though. You want to go monthly, 118, 228, less the 15% first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time though, if you want to take out an annual after taking out a monthly, we'll honor the 15% promo. And if you do take out the subscription, please do the Get Started. It'll be 10 short videos running over the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Trading 101, this is a great free resource for you. If you are new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I think there are about 30 odd videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a free resource. We get the question all the time. Are there what ebooks, what books would you recommend? I think this is a really, really good one. It's not an ebook, but I mean, it's a bunch of videos. And it starts off, I mean, as basic as you can get. What is a stock? Okay, and proceeds from there. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. Let's see if TSN triggered. Probably not with the market being down today. Yeah, so I don't think TSN triggered. Somebody said it was a 65.95 was the trigger, so it did not trigger yesterday. Okay, so right now, because when you get the email, it'll tell you what the suggested entry is. I do not think it triggered. So it's not a bad one, it just didn't trigger. And again, that is that's free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Education. The education link is right here. So we have a great user guide. There's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an A window is, an alert window, a T window, a top list window, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay. Nail those, and then you can look at other things, how to put price alerts on charts, sound alerts on your various windows, alert windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Here's that getting started again. Daily supports. I'm not 100% sure it's going to be Jamie in our YouTube room today, but I'll find out. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And so I will find out who it's going to be, and I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. More educational videos about trade ideas. And last, my scans. Here are the scans that I am sharing, okay? Pre-market actives up and down. I've shown you the 10-day daily breakout and down. There they are right there. Lots of it in the breakout, which is interesting with the market down today, led by Peloton, of course, PTON. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. On the left-hand side of that, or left-hand column at the top, these are the two races that I share. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you do use my homepage link and then go to use my code. The room will get credit. I'll get some credit, but also saving my link allows you to look at my scans at any time. And of course, the big education section. How do you trade before the market opens? Well, I mean, you can virtually, there's no, I don't think there's any broker that doesn't allow you to do it. So I think it's maybe a setting within your brokerage account, or it sounds like you're new to trading, YB, but virtually every broker allows trading before the market opens. The market opening 9:30 Eastern. I mean, what does that really mean anymore? I mean, there's so much activity in the so-called pre-market. But that's a setting probably within your brokerage account to allow you to trade in the pre-market. You know what? VS is not done yet. Well, maybe it is again. Just got halted and moved up. Well, that's a big, I mean, from 2 to 264, but it's halted now on the way down. Yeah, I suppose it depends on your account. I guess you have to have a margin account or something. But that's between you and your broker, of course, YB, when you set up your brokerage account. Yeah, this is a big, big red bar, three big red bars, or four big red bars now. Market is definitely in sell-off mode right now. Of course, we got FOMC at 2 o'clock, and then so we'll have some fireworks then, but we'll have some more fireworks at 2:30 when they discuss it. So now the market is expecting a 25-point rise. Anything more than that will probably be a bit of a shock to the market. If it is 50. Well, virtually no broker that I'm aware of allows market orders in the pre-market or even post-market. You have to have a limit order. I don't know if, I mean, I'm not, I don't know every single broker out there, but I think that is sort of universal. You have to go in a limit order in the pre-market. I'm pretty sure you're right, William, but that's why I don't like to say it universally because I don't know every single broker out there, and somebody might put up their hand and say, "Wait a minute, my broker allows market orders and pre-market." I just don't know of any that do. Wow, this is a big market sell-off now, guys. All right, TGTX is bucking the trend here, guys. TGTX, not an earnings play. Is there any news on this one, TGTX? I don't see any news on it. So you can see, I mean, this doesn't care what the market's doing. Giant red bars in the SPY. TGTX just doesn't care. And I don't see any news on it. How's Lucid doing with that rumor persisting about the Saudis? That rumor may be fading right now that the Saudis who own the Saudi investment fund that owns a big chunk of LCID is going to take over the rest of it. That rumor appears to be fading now, LCID. Yeah, I did see FSTX, something about a merger that was delayed, but now it looks like it's going ahead or something to that effect, or extends the end date of the merger with InvoX Pharma, extending the end date of its planned merger. So there was some news about it. Well, that's a big sell-off, for this LAC. I'm surprised that. I'm surprised this is selling off like it is. LAC with that big investment by GM into this company, 600 and it was 650 million or 620 million dollars. Massive investment. That caused the pop yesterday. And it did close near the highs, so it's not like I had a sell off yesterday, but it's definitely selling off right now. And it started early. I mean, remember we had a big giant green candle to start the day, and it was already selling off before that, so we can't just blame it on the market. So, I mean, this is an EV play, so maybe as William is pointing out, Tesla is tanking the right word. Let's take a look at Tesla. Yeah, I mean, it's down 1.2%, but any news on Domo? I think it's just AI play. I want to say it's an AI play. Somebody mentioned it earlier. I think. I think was it Rob? I think Rob might have mentioned it earlier. Hey guys, EXAI got some room. Look at this. Low yesterday was 592. This has got some room. It's still positive for the day, but moving down with the market, maybe. I mean, there's a big pop up, got up to 873. So there's a big sell off for EXAI. Now, AI. I don't know if this is just a coincidence that it has AI in its symbol, and that was the reason for the pop. I don't see any other name. I don't see any other news for it. Listen, as crazy as it sounds, it may have just gone up because it has AI in its symbol. Nothing about, their profile suggests that it has anything to do with AI, but speaking of AI, guys, AI underneath 20 now. Okay, so things have slowed down quite a bit now. I know that some of you guys are in this IVDA. I'm assuming that you're stopped out. Depends where you put your stop, of course, got down to 110. So I have to assume you got stopped out, hopefully after taking some profit in it. That'd be a pretty 1921 for worth watching short for AI or 1991. Oh, I see. You're looking at maybe the low of the day area. VS is not quite dead yet, guys. After that big pullback right down to 2, it's not quite dead. I mean, it's still holding in there. Look at the market putting in a green bar now. For how long? Okay. All right, so MGAM, I mean, it's holding. And I'm only fixated on it because of, again, what happened back in August last year. It is sports. Yeah, so look at AI, it moved up with the market. AI moved up with the market. Like it was in jeopardy, really giving up 20. But now there's the VWAP. 2031 is the VWAP. We haven't talked about the VWAP on too many of these things today, but there's the VWAP. So it is just a little bit above it now. Boy, this one is shortable for me now. WISA, not very many at Interactive Brokers, but look at, wow, if it takes out, I think this said the reverse split or something. And 862 was the low. Look where it came from. I mean, this is adjusted. Is in fact, it's not adjusted. That's the problem. All right. Well, how far down can this WISA go? There is the next, there's the low, 862. This is an earnings play, guys. I know I mentioned this one earlier, VREX, and now it is really starting to give it up. It is showing up. It showed up at 1108, so right at this time on my 10-day daily breakdown. Right here, 10-day daily breakdown, 1108, 1782 is an earnings play. I think I had to go back quite a few weeks to see where the next high is, or the next, excuse me, the next low. Well, if you're sort of bottom fishing a little bit, the IVDA, the only issue I've got with it is that the VWAP is fairly close. 127, I guess if it took out that, which is only a nickel away, takes out the VWAP, it may have another run left in it for IVDA. So just stick an alert there, a little bit above it and see if it takes it out and maybe it resumes. All right, guys, so things have really settled down here. You know, Shady took this RPD through the VWAP for 5660. Sorry, 4760. So it is through the VWAP now for RPD. Well, I was thinking about shorting this WISA, but the spread got a little more than I liked. And let's see, another resumption here. BURU, is this a SPAC? Oh, new IPO today? Or is it a SPAC? Anybody have any information on this BURU? It looks like it just started trading as BURU today. I can't see any headline on it. I see nothing about it, guys. Here we go. No, that's WISA. I don't see any information about BURU. Looks like it started trading in the pre-market. Usually that means a symbol name change, or it was a SPAC that became a BURU. Almost for sure it's not an IPO. One moment, please. Guys, yeah, it had to be a SPAC. Just interesting. I see nothing on it. No news. I can't see any news on this. I see nothing on it. Was TWND, okay. Let me see what happens when I do that. TWND. Okay, so there it is, but didn't get anything under BURU. Interesting. Okay, thank you guys. Keep an eye on the IVDA, guys. It's getting closer to that VWAP. IVDA may have another surge. There's the VWAP right there at 127. It's at 125 now. Okay, guys. Well, 2 o'clock is the minutes, okay, and then they'll have a discussion at 2:30, okay, Eastern time regarding Powell. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So it will not be Jamie in our YouTube room today. I'm just going to, somebody else will take over. Don't know who it's going to be, but I'll let you know when I take my break between 12 and 1. And again, things have really settled down for me here. And why I say that, I'm looking at the high flyers and they're just not really moving right now. So that gives me an indication. I mean, I'm not saying nothing is moving, of course, but things that I'm looking at, some of these high flyers. Nice. Somebody mentioned GSUN. Yeah, things to do in Hawaii. Mentioned GUSN as something that might break too. Yeah, did it ever? Golden Sun Education. So let's look left. The next high looking left is 230. Lots of volume coming into GSUN. Are the other educational stocks? How about Go TU? A little bit of a move for this one coming off the bottom here. Just seeing if the rest of these China education stocks are following suit. So TAL is not. So GSUN looks like it's really on its own here. Any specific news for it? Any specific news? Unless it's a memer, because I mean, 17% short float, float is only 8. It's a China stock, possible, I suppose the memers have got a hold of it. It looks like it'll be Chris in our YouTube room today. Wow, look at GSUN. Boy, took, went right through that high there. Nice, nice alert there. Things to do in Hawaii from our YouTube room. Mentioned it right around here at 1046 before the big move. Well done. SINT. Yeah, some news coming in. Obviously, that news hit and some volume coming into SINT. RBBN, guys, a little bit of a move here for RBBN, Ribbon Communications. How many? 137 million in the flow, so it's not a low flow situation for Ribbon, RBBN. On the weekly chart, let's take a look. 399. So that might be too close. Might be too close. Look at this market. We're in that market again. We had one, two, three. We had a big hour straight down with a couple of big giant, actually, I call three giant red candles. And now trying to wipe those out with two giant green candles. This is not the same market we had yesterday where we had, let's just take a look at the SPY yesterday. You'll see what I'm talking about. Why can't I get this sized? Well, not doing exactly what I wanted to, but you can see the spot yesterday was moved high. You don't see any giant red candles. Just basically moved higher all day long, all day long, all day long. At the very end of the day, actually, we had a nice little pop, but no giant red candles. Anyway, as opposed to today, so this is one from the AI also, this FSTX 482 hasn't moved much. We got the 200-day a little bit above it. I wish that weren't there. If that were a straight shot to six, that this could get really interesting. This FSTX had some news about extending date end date of the merger agreement that they're trying to do. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm again reading some internal stuff. So it looks like it'll be Chris in our YouTube room, guys, at noon instead of Jamie. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, I will put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. So you can head over and listen to Chris for the hour. Very different day from yesterday. Now things will really in the afternoon until 2 o'clock. We'll start to get some probably in the certainly in the major stocks. You'll probably see a big slowdown. Okay, so Ben was an earnings play a couple of days ago. Ben, BEN, decent reaction. This has not been affected at all by what the market's doing today. It's traded on its own, BEN. Hey guys, that IVDA, it's not really super active right now, but it is again approaching the VWAP. VWAP is a 127, so it's at the VWAP right now. Actually, a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. That red bar, that previous red bar candle, completely engulfed by the previous one, which is green. The next one is green, so we may get some action here. No, well, it's a potential long setup. Yeah, red bar ignored, potential long setup, but it's right at the VWAP. So, I mean, the idea is that if you took this one right now, again, this is not a recommendation, but you put your stop at the low of that 15-minute candle, which is not far away, 120. Again, they're not a recommendation, but that is, it's just a setup. Red bar ignored. And it did get up to what, 148, 150-ish? Again, I point these out if it meets your trading plan. It's got to meet your trading plan. And if you say what trading plan, well, you better get one. I don't mean just you, no tail. I'm just talking in general. The issue right now, I mean, it is trying to move 27, 130 on the bid ask. The issue right now is, the volume is not, well, it's tailed off, of course. It's still good volume. 122,000 shares in this candle volume bar. FedEx guys, those of you with that, hearing the guy, he kept talking about this, reducing their workforce. However, it is now pulling back from that 198. That was a nice pop through the 200-day moving average. And IVDA had some news also. So I had AI in the press release and something about some, I think $1 million of contracts. But VS has been halt, resume all day long. VS. All right, so I'm in some of this IVDA now also, a little over the VWAP. Going to see if that red bar ignored means anything. Boy, a lot of these flyers just absolutely doing nothing, just stagnant. Ah, look at that spread now on IVDA. Not feeling the love on it for sure. Now, on that news of laying off, I think it's a bunch of layoffs now, and FDX reduced its workforce by 12,000. Okay, so on that news, unfortunately, with people losing their jobs, FedEx is running. And the next high looking left for FedEx is way up here at 215 on the weekly chart. How's UPS doing? UPS, I think, had earnings yesterday. So not following suit with FedEx. What about Foxo? Try to put the symbols in caps so it makes it easier to discern between text and symbols. PC93, thanks. What about Foxo? Yeah, man, look at these topping tails. A lot of confidence, but what do they do? Okay, so AI. Okay, so it's AI. So I mean, it's just trying to follow this trend. I don't think they put any. Yeah, they didn't put out a press release today, but it's got AI in its profile. So got as high as 145, I guess, yesterday. So I mean, I guess if it can get above today's high, 112, may have a shot. And any company that has anything to do with AI, they just pump out a little press release. And you can see what happened because this AI crate, well, it's been around for a bit, but I mean 42 cents 5 days ago, 4 days ago. all the way up to 147, pulled like back to $1. Again, yesterday, 146, back to $1. So, I mean, there's some big sell-offs happening on these pops. So that's the only thing I'd be obviously aware of. Yeah, it looks like it is on the way up. MSGM. There's the halt at 34.84, potentially opening around the 36 mark. Yeah, well, all these names are, yeah, I mean, the other one, RCRT, the same thing. I mean, probably, I know it got halted earlier today. It was under $1. Is it still under $1? Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. AI in the name, not AI in the name, but we're going to be using, Chat GPT. Any company just pumping these things out means nothing. Means nothing to stick it in a press release, but it's traders will react, and that's what they did. Got as high as 118. That's a big pullback though, underneath $1 again. So hard to get too enthused about it. There's the VWAP at 75. As long as people understand why these things are moving, okay? And again, these companies, we're going to be in a market right now where these little guys are going to be desperate to put out any sort of a press release that says artificial intelligence, Chat GPT. What was the other term I was using? So, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, how are you going to react? How are you going to react to it? It's just it's a guess whether it's going to go higher or lower without, specific news other than saying, hey, this is what we're planning on doing. Generated AI. Thank you, Prana. Or generative. I think that was the term. I will write that down. Generative. Traders will latch on to anything. Probably another one. OPAD. Is that another one? Now they had a $90 million private placement this morning. That's OPAD. What price? All right, 55 cents. That's pretty good if it's at $1 now. Not a low float either, 48 million, so it's not crazy low, OPAD. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break in about 10 minutes or so. Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, another one here popping. KBNT. KBNT. What do they do? Just looking to see if they have anything that says AI in their profile. But anyway, KBNT, look at this move. We didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Didn't have any action at all in the pre-market. KBNT came out of nowhere, 94 cents, 152 now. Shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers, lots of shares available. Not that I want to pile into a short right now, but it's interesting that there are shorts available. Through the 200-day moving average. Anybody got any news on this one? I don't see any news. KBNT. This looks like a Williams special in terms of a potential short. And you can see it right there. Look at that move since the race started. 30% move. Now it's down 16%, but 30% move at one point. Again, what does this mean? This means that since the race started about 3 minutes ago, this one has moved 16%. And I see why you're talking about OPAD. OPAD is right here. I may have to do a reboot of my computer. It is going crazy today. I don't know why. Fan is going crazy. I haven't had that for quite a while now, so I don't know what's going on. This IBDA is putting me to sleep right now, guys. What I'm saying, these things are just sort of slowed down. I mean, let's see, it's got to take out this, well, the view app is 127. I'm in at 127, literally. It was more about the red bar ignored. Seeing a lot of energy plays starting to give it up, guys. EQT, CPE. I know if you've got Zach's bounce plays, these are all energy plays. EQT, CPE, next Apache, PTN, NEX again. These are energy plays showing up. Yeah, I mean these are showing up. CPE again, all these energy plays. What are my thoughts on PBLA? I know it was active yesterday. Let's take a look at it today. PBLA, yeah, not too much. I mean, look, it had kind of an interesting day yesterday, but did it have any news yesterday? So that's right. This is the very low float, high short float percent. May have been a meme play yesterday. Nothing's happening today. I mean, there's just no interest right now. I mean, I know, well, certainly not on the way up anyway. It's at that 194 yesterday, and if it get, I mean, look, if the interest picks up sometime later on, but it's got to get through that high right there, 194, then two, and then obviously when you look left, yeah, it's got some room to 256, but just doesn't look like that's going to happen. The VWAP is at 154, so that's above it also. I haven't seen too many of the memers today going crazy. You guys are talking about Peloton finally moving lower, PTON. I know it had a little bit of a downturn. Oh, really? You think so? I don't know. I mean, it's possible, of course, but it's a super strong stock today. It had that little pullback right to the VWAP. You can kind of see the VWAP at 1498. It pulled back to the VWAP, and the VWAP kind of held, and then it moved higher. Meanwhile, these energy stocks are just getting, here's another one that just entered into it. Look at all these energy stocks moving down. RRC, AR, WTI, PTN, EQT, Apache, VET, all these energy stocks. So somebody said OPEC's having a meeting. Mr. Varley, thank you for doing this today. I know you were summoned at the last moment. Mr. Varley. I don't think you've got your mic on. Chris is in the room, guys. So let me just, I'm just going to put my announcement in.
I'm here, but I'm trying to figure out my audio settings for this computer I have to use so it doesn't echo back at us.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Perfect.
You got it. You're not echoing on my end anyway.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that the sound wasn't coming through my speakers and they're coming through these headphones instead, or whatever it is, headset. Otherwise, my mic will pick up everything going on around here. I have continued to have a bad luck in computer streaks here.
Yeah, no kidding. Excuse me a moment, Chris. I'm just going to put myself on mute in the other two rooms. Okay, guys, so Chris is in the room now. I'm just going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to him for an hour if you'd like. Just give me a moment as I put the YouTube link in. In one tabs in the main room and one tab in Discord. And I'll mute myself now. Okay, Chris, you are ready to roll, my friend, if you want to.
Excellent. I think we got eyes on my screen. I got everything organized. Yeah, looks right. Perfect.
Okay, and can you go to one, or do you have a meeting?
No, well, I do have a meeting, but that's at 2:00, so we've got plenty of time.
Okay, my friend, I'll let you go, and I'll see you around 1.
All righty. We'll see you then, Barry. Take care.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So happy, what are we? Wednesday, right? Happy Wednesday. Happy Fed Day, right? Happy Fed Day to all those who celebrate. Thanks, Peter. Good to know that I'm sounding, coming in well there. Excellent. All right, I think I got everything set back up. I won't bore you with my computer troubles. It just a streak of bad luck. Anyways, here we are. I think the screen looks good. Peter says volume is good. No Till says good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon to you as well. What do we got going on here today, folks? What's going on in the market? Chop and slop, right? It's Fed Day. We're not going to see a whole lot going on today until after our Lord and Savior Jerome Powell gives us our marching orders. Everything is still in line for the bear market we are currently in. Although, saw JC Peretz the other day talk about us being in a bull market. I will never argue against JC in that regard. What he's saying, I definitely see the things that he's saying. We've broken this trend line to the downside. Dow, the diamonds, we can look at those really quick. Not too far off all-time highs right here. Also, RSP is only like 11% or 12% off all-time highs, something like that. So much like how the bear market started underneath much earlier than people realized because of breadth deterioration, even though a lot of the indexes were near at all-time highs. Breadth has now come way back underneath as well. And we look at the IWM here. I got all these old markings from this old computer. Let me get rid of this garbage. Give me 1 second here. If we look at the IWM, well off those lows as well. We're making, let's put that down here for the lows just for visualization purposes. Let's bring this down here where we're at. And you got to go all the way back to, 9 months ago, 9 months ago. We're at that level again, challenging that on the small caps here. So there's a lot of really constructive stuff going on for a bull case as well. Yeah, energy stocks are getting absolutely rocked here today. Heavy, these energy stocks right here on a long-term portfolio, still up on them overall, but I'm not feeling great about the price action happening today. PR, actually, I don't feel bad about that. That I'm sitting really nice in that. P10, I don't feel very good about right now. We'll see. I'm not going to let the Fed decision mess up what I've got going on here. I'll probably end up holding through the week. And if I take losses on them, so be it. My thing is this: oil hasn't really moved a lot to the upside over the last several months. Natural gas has been completely destroyed. I mean, is there anybody even left long natural gas at this point? I can't imagine there is. So, kind of is what it is. And these energy stocks and, the XLE, still sitting kind of nice. The XOP not quite as nice, but that's what, the actual underlying commodities are not doing very well at all. And the overhead stocks are still sitting actually fairly strong. So what happens if the market, I can't either, Jamie. I mean, that really kind of, I pride myself and I make no predictions, and I'm wrong is probably more than I am right. But I certainly would have never had on my bingo card natural gas having happened what happened to it. But it is what it is anyways. So, long story long is let's say we continue to see market improvement overall, and inflation doesn't really make a big move down, and energy prices stay high, and natural gas at some point has to recover somewhat, right? I mean, I have to believe at some point it's going to recover something. I'm not saying it gets back to levels that it was previously at, but any kind of bounce in it. And then I'm feeling good about these energy positions, especially that I am sitting okay in them currently. So, but we'll just have to see. Aside from that, I did not take any trades today. I am considering still re-entering the CRDO. I'm just going to wait for right now, but I really like this chart, and semiconductors overall, start to look stronger and stronger. It looks really good here on the semiconductors. That's what it is. I remember I used to swap my screens around completely on this so that my notifications didn't come in here. All the secret private messages I get from all those secret private people. I have to silence some notifications here. And I'm kidding about the secret private whatever. Just regular messages that are going on. Let's see, Slack. Okay, no more Slack messages for now. All right. So far, this computer is holding up for me here. It's kind of nice. A second here. I just want to make sure I don't have anything running in the background that I don't need right now. I guess it looks all right. I don't see anything. All right. So sorry, I'm working with an old computer and just, trying to make do with a bad situation that I've been dealt with here. All right. Anyway, so interesting to see CRDO on a race because this is on my liked list here. I had a position in it. I exited it on this day here, and considering putting a long position back on this again. I'm looking at a swing position on this. And I know people like to have more trader talk than just software talk, especially if nobody's asking me any software questions. So speaking as a trader, why I like this stock and why I'm considering putting a position back on it. In fact, I might just enter it now. Well, this is why. We've got this long kind of in and out of this base. We've got this level up here that's, struggled with, right? And this has maintained much more strength, I would say, than the overall market. Also, much more strength than the underlying ETFs behind the semiconductors, right? These charts, we're showing a big downtrend here, where this, we don't have that big downtrend. We've been down, we've been up, we've been down, we've been up. And then we start to look at, get out of here. We start to look at trying to make higher lows through here. And off this last low, Can we make higher highs? I don't know, but I like this. My other thing is we are looking at about 8% short to float, but that is falling. That means the shorts are no longer believers quite as much as they were. Days to cover is at 3.9 or 4, whatever you want to call it. That means that for all the short shares that are out there right now, based on the average amount of shares that trade on a day, it would take 4 days to close that out, for all those shorts to close out completely, based on average trading currently going on. So that's not, that's not a lot of days to cover, meaning that, it's not a huge short float really out there right now. And then the last things that I'm looking at here is that stock composite rating looks good, and a lifetime high of $18, which we're just off of, here these last couple of days, week, whatever. We're sitting there. So anybody short this thing is either short it from, they can't be shorted from much up above this. I think maybe there's a topping shadow here and a topping shadow here, and I doubt anybody's holding a short position from here or here on this stock at this point. So anybody short it is most likely short it back here and recently in here, right? And this recently in here is not going to be included in the short data. This is my thought process behind it, just to give people, now this is a swing position. I was in a swing position from here the other day. I got out of it. All right. I'm thinking about revisiting it again. I'm not thinking about this as a day trade. That is not to say that, let's say I jump in it and the thing completely rolls over and stops me out in a day. Well, then I guess it was a day trade. That's how it works, right? Or if the thing all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it rockets 20% in a day, there's absolutely no way I wouldn't take profit in that, whether it was half or 3/4 of a position or something like that. That would be foolish on my part, as, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth in that case, when you get a position that really rockets up like that. So there's that. All right. Well, kind of quiet here in the chat. Anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. So anyways, just to give you more of a trader's, take it for what it's worth. I'm not making millions of dollars a year trading. I'm eking out a living. I would like to keep things realistic here. There are no Lamborghinis or Ferraris in my future, outside of maybe if I, ever play a Mega Millions and hit that for a few $100 million, then maybe I'll buy one. But via trading, I don't foresee any Lambos or Ferraris in my future. Paying bills, putting together some college funds, things of that nature. Realistic stuff going on here. All right. Anyway, so that just caught my eye here. It's sitting here, just slightly negative for the day. What else? I haven't really paid attention to the races. I had to restart my races multiple times. I was working on some stuff and then my computer froze and things like that. So GSUN. I'm just going to go with Hawaii for short. I started off, I want to be a day trader, like I think 99.9% of people that come in here, and I was very not good at it, to say the least. And I swapped over to swing trading, and I had much more success there, although I suppose rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing. And when we turned to a bear market sometime last April or May, in May of 2022, I started struggling more with the swing trading. And while I was positive, I was not make a living positive. It was, ugly wins and not for much money. And I started to fold back into the mixed day trading again, because that's when, we really started getting into these races. And I found a lot more day trading success with the races again. And I only started swing trading again back in, end of October or beginning of November, and having better success there. I think part of it all is just more experience, more discipline, more time in the market. Less about the scanning and more about what I'm actually doing behind the scenes, as an active trader. So I prefer to swing trade. I don't like day trading in the sense that I don't want to have to rely on moves like, well, for example, GSUN. I mean, you look at a chart and you're like, oh, well, look how well it's obeying this moving average. That's hindsight kind of stuff. That's, getting in something like this where it's, making these big topping shadows and wide bars like that. That doesn't feel good when you're seeing your P&L make moves like this on a daily position. Not for me anyways. I'm not comfortable with it. I do, if I can find day trades that look a lot nice, I don't know if there's something I can find today that'll look good. I doubt it. At least not here with what I've got going on. So annoying. Get out of here, AI trades. I'm not finding something that's going to be a great example of something just kind of trending nice. I mean, if I can, day trades that trend nice, everybody loves those. No problem with that. But, that's not how a lot of the day trading goes for me anyways, especially through the races. So much tougher in that sense. Just day trading I find to be a lot tougher than swing trading. With swing trading, I can take wider stops. I can look at the chart differently because I'm looking at it on a different time frame. So that's why I prefer swing trading. Also, big money, I think the bigger money is in swing trading, especially when you start to be able to get a larger account size and leverage that account. Like many people, I think I started, under the $25,000 cap. I started way under the $25,000 cap for pattern day trading. So I had to trade accordingly like that. I think when people, now I'm not experienced this because they also do not have a, let's say, $300,000 account right now. But I think when people start to get to those levels of accounts, they can manage their risk differently because they've gotten to build to that level. They can play bigger position sizes, but still play for the same percentage moves. But now those percentage moves become bigger dollars because you can leverage into bigger positions, if that makes sense. So, it's gone that way for me in the sense that as the account size grown, I can do things like that, but I haven't grown at a pace where I'm like, oh, look at the, now I'm taking, 5,000 shares or something like that, anyways, if all that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even realize GSUN is a China stock, to be honest. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the FXI and the K-Web were high flyers this morning. They've since gave it up. Nothing wants to get rocking, all the way through some heavy levels without some resistance here. We got some resistance in this area here on the FXI. Your Chinese large caps. Now we're seeing it back in this area again here, popped up, popped back down. But, if we go back in time, we can see these are significant lines here as we move around in time. These are not lines that we're just going to blow right through. Looking at charts and price action, again, I can argue a lot of bullish stuff on those. Looking at macroeconomics, I can argue some bearish stuff on those too. So, who's going to be right? I have no idea. I always like the saying from Matthew Verdow, we're technicians who live in a fundamental world. That's how it goes. So again, anybody with questions, fire those away for me. Let's see. So the market overall kind of looks like it's still fading out on us. Bouncing at that 404 number, give or take, right here. On the SPY, what are the diamonds doing? Oops. Yeah, kind of more or less the same thing, bouncing around here. Obviously, good amount off the highs. Qs, we never even looked at the Qs actually. And the Qs are the lagger of everybody right now. Yeah, Qs lagging pretty hard compared to the rest. You know, we talked about we were at levels on the IWM that was from, you know, mid-spring last year, and we can't get above, you know, very late fall on the Qs right now. We're still very pinned down. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Is there anything else interesting coming through here? Is this what I think it is? So here's one that kicks me. So hindsight trading. Yesterday I was looking at this. I almost took a position in it at 522, looking for a swing position in this. And I just said, you know, Fed day tomorrow, and I don't think I want to put a new long position on before some decisions are made. And it kind of just floundered around and bang, off to the races and up almost 11% today. Probably it was up over probably 11% up here when it was up there. So 10.77 right now. Anywho, what are you going to do? And again, folks with questions, fire those away for me. AUTL, nah, nothing interesting here. Kind, I don't know what you are. Next door holdings, I don't even know what that means. Another ugly stock. Starbulk carriers, just shippers. It's going to be energy related. Iron ore, grain. I think they also transport energy too. Interesting. Last thing, not much to speak of here. Well off those highs. Be dry. So Be dry looks pretty ugly here. So, you know, your shippers ETF. Fairly thinly traded, but still a snapshot to look at nonetheless. You know, we're seeing a lot of, a lot of these inverse ETFs here really starting to gain some momentum through the day here. Some of them gap down and are reversed and are going positive on the day now here. So, you know, this is going to be, against the Dow. This is against your small caps. Obviously, the S&P. I think this is China. No, the small cap still. Sorry, I saw a China one up here. Thought I saw a China one. And there's a whole bunch of S&P bear inverse ETFs. Not looking great for the bulls, but I would not be surprised if we bounce before we get there today on the 2 o'clock Jerome Powell marching orders. All right, so we're still quiet here in the stream. Let's see. Jay-Z, Chris talking about ETF. What is the best way to keep ETFs out of my alerts right now? That is the best way. I mean, you can try this here, you know, the hack, or not the hack, these symbols lists. You can go, add existing list and go through all the different ETF ones. There's, there's ones for warrants. Up here, all ETFs testing, you can put that in. And there is just ETFs here. and do both of those. You can see I got them here. I'm not using them for anything, but that's really going to be your best ways to do it. I mean, you could add something like no, I don't even want to give you that. That wouldn't make sense to do. I wonder if there's a way to do it with earnings date. I doubt it, though. I'm trying to think if you could put a wide enough earnings date, if you can cast a wide enough one. It's like, I mean, here, for example, this is going all the way out to March 16th. So if there was a way to maybe do it with an earnings date, I'd have to think on that. The earnings date filter is one of those annoying ones because that 0.25, 0.75 thing, I just always struggle with that. I'm trying to think of what's another way you might be able to do it. I feel like everybody has a days to cover. I don't know if I ever see days to cover blank. Of course, now I'll find it, right? Maybe days to cover might be the way to do it. Nope. Yeah, so no days to cover here. I wonder if days to cover. What do I think of ASO? ASO. Academy Sports Retail Trade. I mean, what's not to like about this? This is a great chart, yeah. This is a great looking chart here. What did it say? Yeah, wicked short float. Got a long ways for earnings. It's not a small float, so you don't got to worry about any pumpers or anything like that in there. Nice composite rating too. Revenue 6.4 billion, debt 1 billion. I'm not one that's much on fundamentals, but just for fun, let's look. Yeah, Jay-Z, I think days to cover might be your way to go because sometimes we don't have short float data. Our provider isn't showing. A lot of times it has to do with the way it's reported and estimates. We're not going to just make it up. Like Yahoo and FinViz or whatever will kind of fudge it if it's not being, if there's a discrepancy in reporting or estimates. Because this, short float, short growth, that's all based on estimates versus market cap is, you can't argue market cap. Volume is a hard number. Everybody's gonna have the same volume, but so short float once in a while isn't there, and so I'd hate for you to use that as a hack instead of the EPS hack. But I would keep an eye. If you don't come across anything that doesn't have a days to cover for a while, then then that might be the way to go and stick a minimum of like 0.01 in there for the days to cover, because ETFs aren't going to have a days to cover. I mean, as we click through, I'm going to keep an eye as we click through stocks. Try to find something that doesn't have a days to cover. I mean, not one so far. Everyone has a days to cover. Yeah, I mean, it's a great looking chart. Great looking chart. Can I explain short covering again? No, I'm talking about an individual stock. So what I was talking about is days to cover. I think that's what maybe you're referencing there, Hawaii. So days to cover just means that at the current rate, at the current amount of shares that are traded per day, How many days would it take for all the people, not just people, but institutions too, I suppose? How long would it take for them to cover all their shorts? So everybody that's short this float right now at the current rate that this currently trades, it would take 4.14 days to cover all those shorts. So the higher you see that number, I'd say the more comfortably people are sitting short. I won't say comfortably. That's a bad way to phrase it. I strike that, remove that. That doesn't count. Redo. It's simply because it could be interpreted different ways, I suppose. The fact is that, like I said, on this, it'll take basically 4 days for everybody to cover it. So, considering that, the longer it takes for everybody to cover, is that going to be bullish or bearish? I guess that could be argued one way or another, but it's simply, that's what it's going to take to cover, more or less, on days. So if you have something that's going to take a lot of days to cover, that could just simply mean that the stock isn't traded very much. And that doesn't mean that all of a sudden a day where short covering starts to happen fast could lead. I would say something with a higher days to cover could lead to a short squeeze more than a shorter days to cover, if that makes sense. Because all of a sudden, if you have a stock that's got a high short float and a high days to cover, and then they have some release that looks good for them for whatever reason, and people are buying into that, that means more volume is going to come into that stock to start with, bang, right there. Now only is more volume coming into it, and lifting the stock, you might have those people that were sitting short, they all now have to cover at a pace much faster than they would have normally covered based on the days to cover number. That's how I wanted to really word it. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, I rarely look at days to cover. I mean, I have it on my single stock window just to take up some space. It factors 0% in anything I'm doing. I've never had it factor into one trade that I've ever made, literally ever. But it's there, look at it. Yeah, Peter, I mean, Powell talking today is going to, it's the reason why there's no volume. Look at the SPY's volume today. 0.85%. And just, it's going to continue to drip down for the rest of the day until we get to 2 p.m. And then I think we're going to have a very typical Fed day today. I think we will take out the high of today, and I think we will take out the low of today after the announcement / when he starts speaking. By the end of today, it won't be in the first minute of the announcement, but I think by the end of today, we'll have made a new intraday high and a new intraday low. If we don't, I won't lose any sleep over it, but it's very, very normal for us to do that on Fed day, new high, new low on the intraday. I don't see why we wouldn't do it today. Of course, it's more than possible for us to not do it, Yeah, the higher the short float, the higher the chances there are for a short squeeze. But you have to get everything working in your favor, and keep in mind that where someone might be short this stock, right? So you got a stock like this that's been in a downtrend, right? And you've got people that might be shorted from back here, realistically, or back here from a long time ago. They're not. While there's probably people shorted from in here too, probably going to have people that are shorted from higher up above too. So, this whole area here, all of a sudden we start to get a lift into it, and they're already sitting in the money from back wherever. They may add into it and see it as an opportunity, just like people see a pullback as a way to add into a long position. They might see a rally as a chance to add into a short position as well. So you don't want to get tricked by that, where all of a sudden something's got a high short float, it's moving up, and all of a sudden it moves up into some resistance. The shorts start to add into it, and then you've gotten tricked in that bull trap right here. So those are things to always keep in mind. At least they're in my mind anyways. Whenever I see something with a high short float start moving up, I don't want to get trapped. I don't want to get bull trapped. Now, again, with something like ASO, all right, what is its lifetime high? So lifetime high is 58. So, I mean, we got to go. I don't even know where we got to. We got to look at a monthly chart or a weekly chart to even see all-time highs on this thing. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought the stock was at $30 for some reason, looking like that. No, so we're at all-time highs. We're right on all-time highs. Back to daily chart. So anybody short this stock, I mean, they're short here and all along here. Anybody short the stock is probably short it most likely in this area here. Maybe here a little bit, up here a little bit. But basically anybody short the stock, unless they started shorting it yesterday or today, they're underwater right now. So this isn't one where it can run up into some resistance where shorts can add to their position. This is in a completely different position. Now, shorts can continue to add to their position here for cost averaging or whatever they want to do if they're a believer in a short position in this. However, if this thing keeps going up, at some point they're going to have to cover. And people that might be shorting on a real heavy basis up here, they could be shorting on margin, and that can lead to things like margin calls. And that's when you can see a real squeeze happen. So, finding stocks that are really breaking out at higher levels that have some conviction in them with the buyers, that's where you'll find more short squeezes than some, penny ante stock, making a move with that's, in a bag downtrend and then starts to make a move up and has a short, large short float. Completely different animals when you're finding something like this versus something that's just beaten down with a high short float. Like, I don't know, let's find something. I like to pick on stocks like this. All right, so this right here, NVAX, short. This has got a massive short float. Look at that short float, 36, 37, whatever we want to call it. Plus a big short growth here, right? Big short float on this, right? But this thing is in a unreal downtrend. I would not be surprised if there were people short this thing from way back here, sitting real good, ready to short this thing right down to zero, right? They're a one-hit wonder. COVID vaccine. I don't think they've ever done anything else, literally ever, right? And if they have, it's irrelevant, obviously, to the price at this point, right? Its massive run was all due to COVID. And just to stay away from all the political stuff. It has nothing to do whether COVID's over or not or anything like that. But the bottom line is that the narrative that ran this stock up is not running the stock up any longer, nor is it holding the stock up any further. All we care about is making money. We don't care about any of the other stuff, right? So while this thing has this massive short float here and a massive short growth, massive is a relative term. Someone else might look at that and say it's not massive. It's big, but it's not massive. Split hairs on terminology here. Bottom line is good size short float, good size short growth. These people, it's going to take quite a bit for them to get scared. And they're probably going to add to short positions on big pops up like this. And I would have to suspect that there's some big institutions that are involved in this. It's going to take a lot for them to get scared. So this getting a short squeeze without there being some huge news to it that's just going to have everybody wanting to buy it anyways is going to be really hard to find versus a short squeeze on something that's been trending up at or near all-time highs with that high short float. Yeah, no, listen, I don't know anybody that does it better than Michael. Maybe some equals, but you talk about someone that removes all emotion and all nonsense. You'll find it'll be hard to find someone that removes all emotion and is just very systematic and very data-driven than Mr. Michael Moss. Yeah, very hard to find someone more like that. So, I think that's a great example just that we walked through there of ASO and NVAX and high short floats and what they mean to the stock and what they could mean for a squeeze. You're going to find it real hard to find a short squeeze on this without there being some unbelievable narrative. This is not going to need some unbelievable narrative to really squeeze out these people. It's not going to need it. It just needs to do what it's been doing already. That's all. So, yeah, I think that was hopefully a nice lesson for everybody in here on short float and days to cover and all those things like that. Let's see. What else is happening in the world of trading? Oops. So we've been getting a lot of emails recently complaining about the strength alerts. The 5 stocks that are in the welcome screen for those of you that have the software, and the 5 stocks that go out in that email for those that only subscribe to the email. A lot about, volume in them and relative volume and stuff like that. And this is about discipline and system, what I want to go over right now. And the fact is that if you would follow the system that you buy on a break of Friday's high, sell on the open the coming Monday, if there had been a trigger, follow the stop losses that are given. Last year, you were up about 5%, while the SPY was down like 25%, or the S&P was down 25%. Were you setting the world on fire with unbelievable gains? Nope. But you beat the indexes, right? So that's system following. So I get everybody wants the big sexy trades, 20% gain or 25% gains and relative volumes kicking at 5 and 6 and 7 and 10 and 15 and things like that. But and the people that want all that stuff and that trade those things like that, they are a very small percentage of your market participants out there that are successful. And people that are systematic and do things like what Michael Noss did with strength alerts here, those are the ones that are around for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Last April, when I went to the CMT symposium, I don't know, 100 people there, 150 people. I don't even know how many people were there. Over 100. I'll say in between 100 and 120 people were there. And someone had asked a question, how many people have been, managing funds for 5 years? And like more than half the room put their hands up. And then he went to 10 years and about half those people dropped their hands right away. And then he went to 15 years and there was like 10 hands up. And then he went to 20 years and there was like 3 hands up out of all those people that were in there. Now, granted, some of these people are, not around long enough to have been managing funds like that. But even as a percentage basis on the people that have been around long enough, it was a very low percentage of people that could have been managing funds that long and are managing funds that long, just to show you how difficult that all is. So, ADNT, beautiful move here on a day where the market's just total garbage, chop and slop. KMX, another nice day here, moving up after consolidation day yesterday. SNDX, flopping around here for now, but let's see. This thing's, at all-time highs also. Not a huge short float, but, 8% short to float. So definitely got shorts, nervous. Visa, different story. I think it's going to be more economy driven, but the bottom line is this scan only looks at technicals. It's not looking at any fundamentals whatsoever. So it's going to have its winners. It's going to have its losers, but just following the discipline of it, I think is extremely hard. But I've started to scale into following this with my retirement accounts and kind of doing it so far. Slightly kind of sort of up on the year, not like I said, not setting the world on fire, but it's been a lot of chop. And I've only been doing it for just under 1 month. Let's see what happens when I'm doing it for 6 and 7 and 8 months and see how we're feeling then. I don't have a system that's like this of my own. Everything else is me going through charts and what do I like and marking it up and putting my own 2 cents on the charts and trading it accordingly. So, this is a system. After I saw what it did last year, being up about 5% versus the S&P down 25%, I said, I'm going to trade this, how the system says, and I'm going to stick it out in the discipline of it and see what happens. And, so far I'm up, again, I will not be retiring to a $100 million mansion on it, at least not yet. Who knows? But certainly happy with the results so far. So, but it's the discipline of it. You know, it's the absolute discipline of not entering a trade early, not chasing the trade. You know, the other issues that if you get something like we said, you know, a break of the high of Friday. Well, if it gaps way up here, I'm not buying it up here. I'm gonna hold for that holdback. So there might be weeks where there's no triggers, right? You know, I'm trying to stay as disciplined with it as possible, not really break suit, while not completely ignoring if I'd like the chart anyways, and I might have bought it too. So, you know, add a little bit of crisp to it, but mostly stick to what's going on here. So just since there have been a lot of emails about that recently, thought I would address it in case anybody is here. GSUN breaking high of the day. Yeah, man. Just really kind of obeying the whole thing here. I think, you know, the gamblers have found where they want to be for the day. I don't say gamblers in a bad way either. It's just, you know, you have your people that are going to trade these kinds of low float stocks and huge volume and all those things like that. And so not every day are you going to see stuff like this, but, you know, 75% move as of right now sitting here. This is where the action is today. PALI, this had some good action the other day. Let's see if it can recapture some of that right now. Obviously, we had this huge volume burst through here midday. We're not seeing that going on, obviously, right now. I think this had a big move the other day too, right? Yeah, it had a big move, good size move yesterday and the day before. So kind of sitting here. I think Barry and I talked about this one on Monday. And we discussed, you know, this area right here. I think 230 is what we decided. I'm using the royal we. But I think we both kind of said that, Barry and I, that 230 was a real tough spot here. And so it didn't really get through that on Monday. And then yesterday it finally captured over it and made that move. That'd have been tough to sit through that, you know, given the price of the stock and the size of share that you'd need. And you take something like that and it's already made this original move here. Percentage wise, you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that stuff. It's not a small float, but it's not a big float either, 33 million. But here it sits here. And now, you know, now we look at this area right here. And if it pops through there, is that next? You know, all things that could happen. We said, you know, if it gets through 230, it could, but it didn't do it on just like a day trade alone. And like, there's that smooth move. It struggled. You know, look how long it struggled. Look for how many hours it struggled at this 230 level. You know, and even there, it looked like it was going to do it, had volume come through and everything, and it was a big head fake to a lot of people there. You know, this stuff is hard. Yes, yeah, you know, till you like you were get out of my mind. You're just right up there in my brain. So, anyways, you know, there's that. All right, well, so it didn't completely, you know, a lot of days I come in here and I see the numbers go from like 60 to 40. I'm kind of stuck around 60 viewers. So I guess it was talking about something people enjoyed today. You know what we haven't done in a while? I don't think we've run through any sectors in a while. Let's do a quick rundown here. So we talked about SOXX, really kind of holding well here after energy's getting taken to the woodshed. Let's go find some energy stocks or energy that looks bad. UNG just always looks bad, so I don't want to pick on that anymore. But the XLE really, really coming undone right now. I don't even know what you say to that. That doesn't make me feel very comfortable for my heavy long energies. Well, maybe I'll be closing my energy positions out at the end of this week for meager gains instead of nice gains like I thought would happen. Let's look at real estate. I heard Jay Woods, I don't know if it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Jay Woods was on someone's Twitter Spaces talking about the home builders looking good. A lot of home builder stocks looking really decent compared to what we would think when we're hearing all this doom and gloom. And real estate doesn't look too shabby here, right? Not looking too bad here, real estate. You know, running into some overhead resistance. Let's see what happens. But real estate doesn't look terrible. Oops. Is that, yeah, Toll Brothers. That's yeah, Home Builders. Look at that. That's not bad looking at all, right? It was KBH. Yeah, KB Home. Not bad. I got an okay memory once in a while, remembering these home builder names off the top of my head. KBH looks good too. What is it? XHB is our Home Builders. Yeah, Home Builders. That's not a bad looking ETF right there, right? So, you know, real estate and home builders, they're first cousins, you know. They're good friends at the family reunion, right? You know, that's looking kind of nice to me right here. Now, is it going to break? I have no idea, you know, but we got a, you know, nice breakout that just happened here. And, you know, it's not appearing overly nervous right now heading into this Fed meeting. I don't know. I think people think it's going to be a 25 basis point hike. Is that what they're calling for? That's what our expert economists are predicting. I have no idea. Should pay more attention to those things, I'm told. Maybe one day. Let's see. What else? What else should we look at? So yeah, XHB looks decent. Let's look at our JETS jets for our airlines. I think this is, you know, an economic indicator of sorts. When the airlines are healthy, the economy is healthy, I think, right? And I think moreover, maybe global economies are healthy. So, you know, emerging market, you know, jets looks okay right there. I mean, bit of a flag going on here. Emerging markets. You know, emerging markets, they don't look terrible as well either. They don't look as bad as they have. But again, are they going to get, you know, is this going to be a harsh rejection up in this level? It's a big level in here. Is this going to be harsh rejection? Or is it, can it build? You know, it bottomed here. We built off here. Are we going to build off of here? You know, even if it's, you know, several weeks out and to build off it, you know, what's your prediction? I don't have one, but, you know, just, you know, look at the what ifs that could be leading to. When I'm looking at these things, I'm looking at these things for longer term ideas, you know, for retirement accounts, for longer swing trading positions. Financials. And again, you know, I saw JC Peretz talking on Twitter through his Twitter feed that, you know, people were, you know, coming at him with all these bearish things and he was countering with bullish things on them. And, you know, about credit card debt and things like that. So he said, well, then do we want to own credit card companies? Maybe people are going to rack up debt. There's going to be higher interest rates that they got to pay or higher interest fees that they're going to pay and things like that. And, you know, credit card companies always get theirs in the end. So do we want to, you know, with people talking about, you know, having to take loans, do we want to own the banks? You know, that was his stance on it. I'm not going to argue with JC. I mean, I argue with anybody for, you know, I really believe in something, but JC's a smart dude. I'll tell you that right now. You know, I learned a lot just following him on Twitter. And that's not to say that every call he makes is right. He'll be the first to tell you that as well. He's had plenty of bad ones. But my point being is, always try to look at both sides of the bull and bear argument. Don't get trapped on one side. Don't get trapped in all the bad macroeconomic stuff. And don't get trapped on just the bullish looking charts. But so, you know, a lot of these ETFs, they don't look as terrible as they did several months ago. What else? What else? Retail, you know, he talks about the consumer and blah, 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 blah. Retail is lagging a lot of these other ones that we're looking at. So is retail going to be what holds them back? Or is retail the lagger to play catch up at some point? What do you think? What do you see in the charts? You know, I don't know. I feel I'm leaning more bullish. Now, I generally lean more bullish naturally. So there is that. Take that for what it's worth. Here are your regional banks, all right? And the KRE. They don't look as good as the overall XLF now. They looked much better for a while. Now they don't look quite as good. What does that tell us? I don't know. What does it tell us? Here's one I like to pick on: cloud computing. Cloud computing don't look so good. All right, so we can find things that don't look good. We can certainly find them. You know, your dealer brokers. You know, this is your Schwabs and your Interactive Brokers and your Fidelities. You know, whoever's anyways publicly traded, I guess. I don't know if Fidelity is publicly traded. I know Interactive Brokers is publicly traded. I believe Schwab is publicly traded. Morgan Stanley is publicly traded. Excuse the yawn. You know, made a low back here, made a much higher low, has now made another low. All right. Trying to get up above this 100 level. Big deal. It's a big, big deal right there. You know, are more people opening brokerage accounts? Or the brokerage is doing well? Maybe. Could be. Another real estate ETF here, right? You know, really cratered here in the fall. Been trying to move up for a while now. What are the Utes doing? What is a Ute? Utilities. Utilities don't look too great to me. Utilities are defensive stock, right? We see utilities move up when the rest of the market's moving down a lot of times, right? People are flying there for dividends. So they got to put money to work. I mean, this could be argued right here as well. I could argue anything on this chart that I want. I could take any side of it, but I don't know. All of a sudden, the utilities are back under 70. It looks like they're struggling back under 70 again. So, you know, are people playing less defensive now? Maybe. You know, these are the things that I ask myself when I go through charts, you know, daily and nightly. Got some of these drawings. All right, so let's see. Carvana. Just go through some race stuff here real quick again. So Carvana's found itself off the throes of death here. Sorry, my timer, just to put my earphones back in, prepare myself for Mr. Barry. I think
Mr. Barry, yeah, he's here.
I thought I heard you.
I was listening to you talking about arguing. Now, Chris, how often do you argue with yourself?
A lot. I mean, it's really tough up inside my head.
It's what we do, though, isn't it? Seriously. I mean, I know you're kind of kidding, but you know, it's what we do, because we look at a chart and you say, okay, you know, talk yourself out of taking this position. Why should you take this position? It's almost like a mini argument. I don't want to do it. You know, maybe I should. Well, wait a minute. Look over here. Maybe I should. You know, it's this constant, almost inner battle.
It really is. I mean, and I think, you know, without getting overly psychological about it, but you know, I think for a lot of us that don't have, you know, we have like some kind of system and risk management that we follow, but I think there's some kind of calculation that's gone on in our subconscious or the back of our mind that like ultimately has us pull a trigger at the end that's saying, yes, this meets, you know, not just what we have on the forefront of our mind, but in the back of our mind with what success has happened and what failures have happened, this meets or doesn't meet whatever, causing us to pull or not pull a trigger, if you will.
Absolutely.
That kind of subconscious look. Look at SNDX on the, you know, one of the strength alerts here. Here it is on my relative strength from the open winners. Like I like to give the strength alerts a pump.
Yeah, the SNDX. Yeah, up 0.63%, but it's crawled back above above the VWAP right now, 2867. So it's above. I mean,
there's no real volume in it, but you know, I'm just looking at it. I started, you know, after Michael posted and showed the results from the strength alerts last year. You know, following it, you know, buying on the break of the high of the day from Friday and, you know, selling the coming Monday, not chasing the gap ups on it and things like that, you know, up 5% versus the SPY down 25%. I started following a bit and I'm up following it. You know, it's not a lot of trades because, you know, finding the exact triggers and things like that. But, you know, following a system, how many people have a system that they can really follow and point to and say, this is what the system has done? I don't think there's percentage wise a lot of them.
No, most of us, well, not, I should say us. I mean, what you're saying, I mean, you've heard me probably talk about this. I have a checklist. If I can't check every box, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. And I'm so stubborn about it. And
Hmm.
I don't like to use the term I miss trades. I don't miss them. If
Yeah.
they move, if I can't check the box and they still move, oh well, so what? I followed my plan. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And
I have the same thing. I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside.
exactly, and I'm so dogged about putting in my price alerts and waiting for it to happen as opposed to anticipating or thinking, you know what, it's going to happen. Look at this. There's all sorts of action, great volume. I'll take it before your price alert. Man, I cannot tell you how many
Hmm.
times I have saved myself money by not taking a trade ahead of my price alert. It's
I,
amazing.
I
Absolutely
can't
amazing.
tell you how many times I've broken that in the past and how much it cost me. And as I've
Hmm.
stopped doing that, how much it has saved me. I mean, just I am 100%. I'm 100% with what you're saying right there.
Hmm. Well, the other thing is, and the plug for trade ideas as a tool. It's Chris, you're too young, but I mean, I remember trading when if you didn't trade in the first half hour of the day, you may as well, especially in the summer, 4 or 5 months in the summer, you may as well just packed up and shut off your computer. If I don't even remember if we were trading using computers in those days, but seriously, you may as well just packed it in because nothing was happening. But as you know, we can always find stuff now with trade ideas. Now, some days are going to be a little more active than others, but we can always find stuff. So, consequently, somebody was talking about the fear of missing out. I mean, that's a big part of it. Oh my gosh, I've missed out on this trade, and that's the only one for the rest of the day. You
Yeah.
know, and that is just not true anymore. I mean, it's just we can always find stuff to trade with trade ideas, and that's what I love about it. So I don't beat myself up anymore about missing something. I mean, I sort of jokingly say, man, look at this, I should have had this at this price. But you know what, there's always something happening, that down the road, and even if it's not today, something will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I think about especially when it first joined into the trading room in I guess it was spring of 2017. So into that first summer of 2017, um, you constantly saying, that saying, sell in May and go away just doesn't exist anymore. And I think every summer it seems to be more so that case that there's just more action. Like you said, some days obviously going to be more action than others, but there's just always something, all
Always
times of the
something.
day to find, every
Well, with
week.
computers taking over, I mean, it's not relying on people being at their desk anymore. I mean,
Mm,
computers have taken over, so it doesn't matter. I don't care what month you're in. There's always going to be something to do.
100%. Well, my friend, I won't keep you any longer. I know you got the other room to get back into and
Yeah.
do
Okay. Let me regain. Let me see there.
your
Okay, I've
work there
regained.
as
Thank you very
well.
much, Chris, for stepping in.
No, no, of course, So, hey, twice in one week, I like
I know. Great talking to you. Great
that. You
talking to
as
you.
well, Barry. I will step out and I'll see you on the other side. Take care, everybody. Thanks
Okay.
for listening.
Back in both rooms now. One room, two rooms. I'm back in both rooms now. Now, I'm out of the IVDA trade, guys. Those of you who saw me take that trade, 126. I decided to exit at 136. I just don't like the way it's trading. I can always get back in. I can always get back in, but when it had that little pop up here, and this is just as I was taking my break, okay, I got up to 139, came back down. I said, you know what? Take your little dime and move on. I can always get back in it. It's just, it's sort of just stalled right now. Look at the volume; it's just sort of petered out. So can always get back in. So in fact, what I'll do is I'll put an alert around 136 and see what happens. And in about an hour, we will have some fireworks at 2 o'clock. I'll put up a SPY 1 minute chart. We'll have some fireworks with the minutes, and then we'll see what happens there. And then, of course, 2:30 will probably even, well, definitely we'll have more fireworks at 2:30 when they have a little discussion. Yeah, with the Peloton DAC, I mean, this has been, people are always they're looking for pullbacks. I mean, not saying there haven't been any little ones, but boy, this is strong still. Seems to be holding the VWAP. 1503 is the VWAP, so it's been holding the VWAP. It's got some room on the weekly chart, but this is a big, big move for this company with that float, 20%. You don't often see 20% moves with 300 million in the float. So sort of interested in this FSTX. I mean, it's an AI alert at 482. It hasn't moved much, percentage wise, not bad. Um, and it extended the merger, extended the end of the date of the merger agreement, or with this company they're trying to merge with. There is the 200-day moving average at 520. But I mean, if it ever, looks like it's really trying to stay here. It's still above the VWAP 481. This is FSTX. So, I mean, again, the volume is just really dried up. But if we get some volume again, pushing it through five, if we sort of ignore the 200-day SMA, I mean, there it is, way up here at six, the next high. All right, here's another one, guys. AI, mCloud, MCLD. How it's getting sorted into the gold ore and silver mining, I don't know. So, don't really know. Okay, wow. So they've been in business for a while. Thank you for supporting a little Canadian company there, William. Where are they out of? Vancouver, my hometown. All right. But again, look at that. They've got AI in their name. AI in their name. All you've got to do is AI in your profile. I'm sure there are search engines right now that are just scouring for those sort of companies. Low float, 13.8 million in the float. Well, this might be a little interesting. This Valens, guys, VLN. The next high is 582. So, about 40 cents away, a little less than 40 cents away. Above yesterday's high, which is I'm sorry, it is not above yesterday's high. It is not. 550 is yesterday's high. So it still has to get through that. Not very much volume though. 321, 1.2 times normal. So it's not really much volume. So just looking at things that are coming through on my, the movers to the upside versus downside. Think if anything of note is coming through. Glatfelter Corporation, paper mills, GLT, and another one running. Well, somebody's got to do it, so why not them, right? How's XLE doing now after all those? Yeah, just flattening out now, guys. So flattening out a little bit. So we had all those oil stocks or energy stocks from Zach's bounce scan. I don't very much, you would have really had to pick a bottom here, but most of them kept moving down, 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 down. Look at them all. MRO, PTN, PTEN, CVE, PBR. There were a lot of them. Apache, NOG, VET. So many of them were moving down. Now I'm sure a lot of them probably are looking like this, like XLE. XLE. You're just kind of basing a little bit here now. Look at this one in relation to the 200-day moving average. There we are. So, it's starting to get a little closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. This was the star for many months above the 200-day moving average, but we're starting to get closer now. Well, cannabis play, guys. Remember when this was really a lot higher? GRWG. I think this was in the 50s. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. I think it was. Oh, I was lowballing it. It was up in the 67.30 cannabis play. Remember these months? It just kept ripping higher and higher. $5 now. Anyway, it is starting to move a little bit here. Nice week. What's the high looking left is 637 on the weekly chart. So, on the weekly chart, it's got a little bit of room. Is there any specific news on it? Yeah, it's all to do with your country, guys. To meet and discuss marijuana legislation, etc. Your country's the big roadblock. Well, here's one that's almost at an all-time low. Stoke Therapeutics, STOK. Ooh, this was shortable for me too. MCLD, just noticing now that this was shortable for me. So that would have been, if you could pick the top a little bit here, MCLD. Well, guys, I'm just kind of cruising into this 2 o'clock hour. I'm probably not going to do too much. Things, again, when I say things are slowing down, I'm just looking at all the high flyers from early on, the low float, they're just not moving that much. Remember KBNT? Remember this one was way up here, 160. What, there were shorts available for me also. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video right now. Okay, so what time is it? Say 1:15. Be back no later than 1:25, should be anyway. All right, so I'll mute all the rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Hey, guys, maybe take that off topic, okay? You're in the stocks only. Maybe take that off to the general market talk. Thanks, Jack and William. Though I do see you, Jack, you're referring to some stocks above, so. All right, guys. Wow, let's see. We're about 40 minutes away from, will it be 25 or more? Yeah, the memers won't let this go, guys. CVNA, yeah, you mentioned that one, no tell. CVNA, the memers will not let this one go yet. I haven't looked at any of the other meme stocks at all. It looks like I'm looking at GME. GME is not budging. CYN. All right. Well, yeah, another sub $1 stock coming out of nowhere. CYN. It's from Captain. MGAM. Well, I mean, it's the best you can say about MGAM is that it's just kind of basing. But you know, the 200, the VWAP is above it. But best you can say is just kind of basing. Oh my goodness, a little move in IMUX tanker used. This is yeah. I mean, I'm in at 235 from yesterday, but it's just been doing nothing. All right, guys. FSTX. I've taken a little bit of this. Okay. I know the 200 day or the VWAP or 200 day is a little bit above it. Okay, but it is base for the longest time. So I've taken some of this FSTX. What did I get at? Got a bad fill, 505. Okay, I was watching this one, but I'm going to be very nimble on it also. I don't expect very much, especially with that 200 day above it. So I've broken a little bit of a rule, I suppose, with that 200 day, but we'll see what happens here. The main reason is the void, $6 looking left. And there was a little bit of volume sneaking here in the 15. So, you know, a bunch of things got me into it. So we'll see. Remember when Brazil was just screaming higher, guys? Remember when all this was happening? This is BSBR, Brazilian Bank, Santander. Boy, you see, I should not have taken. Well, I could have got a little bit out of it, but and that's the FSTX. As they say, that'll learn me for taking it. So I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of the FSTX. Little loss. Strange how that all works, doesn't it? I mean, it based so well for all that time. Oops. Pays very well for all that time. And then it popped over that 5 level. But I guess that 200-day moving average too much of a deterrent. All right, guys, let's see. CRK, Comstock, I think. Yeah, Comstock Resources. So maybe another leg down coming for these energy plays. Comstock, another leg down after the little base. Take a look at XLE. Did it move down off that little base we looked at just a while? Actually, it's moving higher. So, I mean, I'd be, a little more reluctant to short some of these oil plays right now. Looking at XLE, obviously some individual ones, but if you're looking to short an oil play right now or an energy play right now, the market is starting to try to put in a little bit of a pop here. So you can see it's important to know if you're going to go into a stock, you should know what its sector is doing, especially if it's a stock that is not trading on its own. And by that I mean if it's not doesn't have earnings, something specific to it, either earnings or some press release that is causing, some action in the stock. Otherwise, more than likely, some of the big names are going to follow what the sector is doing because they're driving the sector, of course. So it's always good to, check your sector that you're going to you want to take a trade in, see what's happening with it, and then of course check the market, overall market. You can see the XLE is basically following the SPY, or it's driving the SPY. Yeah, MGAM doesn't look good. Somebody asked about MGAM, maybe getting ready. Doesn't look good, in my opinion. No, just take a look at MSGM. It's starting to drift down, and I think it was really just, whoops, how did I do that? MGAM 324, starting to just give it up a little bit here. Well, the only window you need is this. That's the only window you need. Forget about Neo and A and Grail. We've just, I know somewhere it still kind of exists, but that's all you need. Here's your alert. When you say after the fact, there's your alert. Okay. So these are not after the fact. I mean, these are real-time alerts that you're getting. How you trade them will be up to you. So when you say after the fact, I don't quite know what you mean. It's not like this is being, you're getting an entry of 482 and the stock's at 6 when you see it. Okay. That would definitely be after the fact. But these are the only alerts today from the AI. So maybe you can explain what you mean by after the fact. Nothing's going to alert you ahead of time what AI, what the alert's going to be. It's like asking the system to tell you, remember, these are just strategies, okay? So it's like saying here in the 10-day daily breakdown, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, or I don't know what's going to happen in the next half second. If some stock meets the filter requirements, we'll see it in here. So that's all the AI is. It's, some strategies. And if a stock meets the filter requirements, you get the alert. Now, how you trade it will be up to you. If that answers your question. But I would just forget about Grail and Neo and whatever the other one was, the old one. Just this is all you need. Just this window right there. Strategy trades all. Well, I don't know if it's a good one, Tenacious. I do have something. Let me just check. Somebody asked, do I have a good VWAP cross strategy for long and short? Um, what do I have for this? I think I have a multi-strategy window. Um, okay, so I got something. It's a top list window, okay, and these will show you stocks that are close to the VWAP. Okay, let me just load it. See, these are going to show you stocks that are very close to the VWAP, either on the upside or the downside. Okay, so that might even be, sometimes that's even better than showing the actual cross because and you, when you know, and what I've done is I have sorted it, I guess, on the. So here's Eve as an example. Eve, okay. I mean, this is an act like a SPAC, but I mean, let's take a look at another one. MIT, is this going to be a SPAC too? Yeah. How many of these are going to be? Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these are SPACs. It's just turning out that way. I mean, the volume is plenty, but a lot of them are going to be SPACs right now. See anything else? Here's AI. Okay, here's AI as an example. Okay, so there's the VWAP at 2043. It's just under, as an example. So you might look at that and go, okay, instead of getting the alert when it crosses it, absolutely crosses it, now you're seeing it as a in a top list window, and it's just a little bit under. Now you can make up your mind. Do you want to trade it or not? Do you want to short it? Or how do you want it? How do you want it? What do you want to do now that it's just a little bit under the VWAP, as an example? It's annoying that a lot of these SPACs are showing up. Be a way to get rid of that. Look at a range or something. Probably get rid of that. It's not that the volume is light. It's just that a lot of these are just hanging around that that $10 level. But there are others. I mean, look at Juniper. Let's take a look at Juniper as an example. Juniper. So this is looks like it's just over. Well, Snap. Let's take a look at Snap. Snap, the VWAP's at 1005. So it's just over the VWAP. So I don't know if this is a good strategy, but at least it's alerting you to stocks that are near the VWAP. Now you can make up your mind. Is that a break that you like? Okay, so if you can do that, there's another way to do it. If we put the days range or something and make it has to be at least 5 cents or something. But I can give this to you and you can play around with it, of course, and add some more columns in there. So let me just give that to you. And then you can, of course, play around with it in terms of the share price, minimum volume if you want. Now, I mean, we do have an alert. We have a specific alert, but the only issue with it is that, and I don't know if you've actually checked this out, but I mean, we do have a specific alert, crossing above and crossing below, but there is a volume confirmation that is required. And I don't mean a minimum volume, but how did it cross? Was it like on one share? So, you're not going to see it. So there's a volume confirmation, and there are complaints that, hey, wait a minute, when I get that alert, it's too far away. Well, there might be some like that, but most of them will probably be very close. So you can actually try, use the actual alert itself, and then assemble, your price range and minimum volume and any other filter that you might like. Make sense? Then you customize it to, again, your price range, your minimum volume. Okay? Make sense? All right, well, okay, let's take a look at Ape. Ape is actually on the move a little bit here, guys. Some volume coming in. This is a classic meme stock. How's AMC doing? So Ape is definitely, again, there's relationships between Ape and AMC. You have to read about it. But Carvana, my goodness, yes, they won't leave it alone. CVNA. So at the high of yesterday, 1118. So it's up, excuse me, it's above that high now. I remember this one, LiDAR. Is this LIDR? Man, this was a high flyer a while back. This is another sub $1 stock. Fifteen minutes, guys. 15 minutes. So I'm going to put that SPY 1 minute chart up about a minute before 2 o'clock, and we'll watch the fireworks. And then at 2:30, more fireworks, I'm sure. Oh, actually, Adamo, let me make sure you understand. Neo and Grail is the AI. There were just sort of three segments, okay? There was the original one, and then they came up with another two. Neo was a little more aggressive. Well, Grail was a little more, sorry, Grail was the first one, and then I can't even remember. Neo was the most aggressive, but they're all the same. But I would just never mind that. All you want to do, if you have the AI, just take a look at the trades and that's it. Doesn't matter where they're coming from. The whole market is just stopped. I'm getting no new alerts. HLIT had earnings, I think, yesterday. HLIT, yeah, got hammered down on earnings yesterday. Trying to come back a bit. HLIT, HLIT, little bit of a lift. The only way you can do it, I mean, zooming in and out, FOS. I mean, you just zoom in and out. So if you go to my 15-minute chart as an example, I left click on it just so the system knows what chart I'm in. So I left click on it, keep the control key pressed down on my keyboard. Okay, so the control key is pressed down on my keyboard, and then I use my scroll wheel on my mouse to scroll in and out. Okay, 0 idea. I don't even want to guess. The only prediction I'll make is if they raise it 50 basis points, the market will tank. That's the only thing I'll. That's the only thing I'll say. But That's a pretty easy prediction. We're all expecting 25. It's not so much. There's probably going to be more action at 2:30 in the discussion of, especially if it's 25. Probably see, I don't know, maybe the market will have a little lift, or breathing a sigh of relief that it's not 50. But then the discussion at 2:30 is going to be more key, depending if he takes the so-called hawkish or dovish tone going forward. Where is Amazon? I keep thinking I'm going to swing Amazon if it ever goes over 100 again. Oh, what am I? When did that happen? It got over 100. I didn't even realize it. I must have deleted my price alert for Amazon. And I would never hold through earnings, but okay. Well, now let's see what happens on earnings for Amazon. Yeah, they're all expecting him to be somewhat hawkish, but you never know. And what will be the market take on it? Look at this UIHC. What a run this has been in 2 months or so, 3 months, I guess. UIHC from 32 cents to 234. If you'd had the whatever to buy this at 30 cents and hang on. This is back in November or December. So basically 2 months. UIHC has gone from 38 cents to 233. Amazing. All right, guys, we're getting closer. 7 minutes or so. Yeah, 7 minutes before we get some. We'll have some entertainment on the spy. Yeah, shoot, another one that was shortable for me. GSUN. Now it's through the VWAP, guys. 238 through the VWAP. China Education stock. All right, OPAD, a little bit of a lift here, guys. I know somebody mentioned this one a lot earlier. OPAD, a little bit of a lift, but just looks like to me there's just too much resistance on that weekly chart for it to really start to run. I may be wrong, of course, but just looks like there's too much resistance. Volume is picking up a bit. All right, guys, 4 minutes. Make sure I get my big SPY chart up. Set it for 1 minute. So a little bit in advance of the release. SPY is moving a little higher. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. We got another less than 2 minutes now. Yeah, there's the VWAP right here. That mauve line right there, purple line is the VWAP for the SPY. So again, ahead of it, 1 minute left, 1 minute. So ahead of the release, breaking the VWAP. Look at the SPY on the 15-minute chart, ahead of the whatever's going to happen at 2. And remember, guys, that first 1 minute is not necessarily the direction. We may see a big giant green candle and then turns into a red candle, then a green candle. So usually it takes about 5 minutes before we really know direction. But again, because at 2:30 they're going to have the discussion. So here we go, guys. We got 3, 2, 1, boom. What's going to happen? So again, giant red candle to begin. So it is 25. So that is no surprise. 25 basis points. So that's no surprise. But again, as I'm saying, that first move may mean nothing. See what I'm saying, guys? I mean, remember this was this was that's the 215 or the 159 candle was green. They come out. It was red all the way down here, but now it's turning green. So it takes about 5 minutes usually. I'll leave this up for another couple of minutes and then we'll resume. But remember, at 2:30, there'll be more fireworks. Look, I'm checking some of my thumbnail charts. They didn't budge. Most of these things don't care. Just checking some of the energy stocks to see if there's any sort of a bounce in them yet. Not really. At least the ones I'm checking. Are you kidding me? Here's a late one from the AI. We don't usually get too many late ones. And it's looking at MGAM, believe it or not. I'm not sure I would, well, I'd have to wait. Okay, guys, enough of that. Yeah, some volume coming into this NKTR. A little bit of volume coming into NKTR. Doesn't care what the market's doing. See, look at that big bottoming tail now on the 15-minute. Remember this was a big, huge red candle down here and being bought up so far. BGXX, you guys have been talking about that one. BGXX. Take a look at this one. BGXX. Too many X's. BGXX. Well, sitting right on top of that VWAP, 142, so it's a dime above the VWAP. Cannabis play. Boy, look at this one. What a run this one has had. Not very much volume. HFFG. What a day this one has had. Through the 200-day moving average. HFFG. Whoa, look at Carvana, CVNA. I was toying with the idea of taking her around 1125. I've missed my entry. Right here on that break right there. Yeah, it's above yesterday's high now. Okay, guys, now look at the SPY. Look at this action here on that 15-minute candle. I guess if I brought up my 1 minute, this would be pretty amazing looking probably. Because remember that SPY at one point, that was a red candle all the way down here. Now look at the recovery. Now let's see if they throw cold water at 2:30 on this move here. Oh yeah, I mean 2:30 will really tell it. Nah, this one has some room, guys. RDFN. I'm looking left on the weekly chart, and it looks like 890 is the next high, so it's about $1 away through the 200-day moving average now, over the VWAP, of course, but and also through the 200-day moving average. That is for RDFN, sort of popping with the market, I guess. Are you talking about reverse? No, I don't. You're talking about a question in our YouTube room. Do I ever use this reverse? No. I wouldn't. I wouldn't recommend it if a person is new to trading. You know, basically, he's taking a short position and turning it into a long, and vice versa. But if you're new to trading, don't mess around with that. Now, do I ever reverse a position? Yes, but I don't use Brokers Plus, so but I'll just do it on my own. Don't do it often though, and not right away. This is right away. You know, I might be in a long position and then get out and then watch the way it's trading for a while. And if it starts to drop, think, okay, maybe I should short this. So it is not an instantaneous thing for me. I'm always checking the charts. Just talking about that UIHC. Look at this thing go, guys. Look at it go. That's on the market too. It was just talking about this. Now this is all market related now. Insurance. I mean, just look at the SPY candle. Look at this one. And look at Peloton. Peloton's making a new high for the day. PTON making a new high for the day. And look at the volume on the SPY, guys. Biggest volume bar, as would be expected at 2 o'clock. Biggest volume bar of the day. On a day where the minutes are released, typically the biggest volume bar of the day will be the first 15-minute candle. But now at 2:30, again, let's not get too joyful here. At 2:30, this could all get wiped out. Okay, I'll be right back. Is a long position any more than 2 days of holding? No, I mean, if I buy this right now, I'm going long. I could hold it for 10 seconds. I could hold it for 10 years. They're both long positions. Now, swing trading, I mean, that's a different sort of a definition. I really don't know what the definition of a swing trade is. I mean, it's anything I guess in theory you hold overnight to the next day becomes a swing trade. If you I don't know. I mean, some people might say, oh, well, you've got to hold it for 3 days for it to be an official swing trade. I don't know if there's an official definition. But going long something, you go long. I buy the stock. I buy Peloton right now. I hold, and now I'm long. Make sense? No problem. Okay, red bar forming, guys. Red bar forming. But again, we've got 13 minutes. This is when I think the real fireworks are going to be. Okay, depending on what he says, what Powell says, we're all expecting him to be still hawkish about it, saying, we've got lots of some problems ahead, etc. And throw water on this little pop. Throw cold water on the pop. Yeah, a little bit of a move for MGAM. Yeah, a little bit of a move. You have to get through that VWAP, but a little bit of a move for MGAM. Am I still watching IMUX? No, I'm in Christine. I'm in IMUX from yesterday, 235. I mean, I'm watching it. I guess I'm watching it because I'm in it, but I'm not watching it to see if I'm going to get in it. I'm in it. Well, the races are going to show me the ones that are the ones that win the most races all day long. Okay. And so G Sun won 11 races. So this creates a top 10 list for me. After that, if I'm really paying attention, I mean, after that, if I miss the initial move, then I might wait for a pullback to a certain, maybe to the VWAP or to a certain moving average and see if it bounces off that, if I've missed the original move. But then I'm always looking left. Yes, I'm always looking left to see where the next high is. Initially, I look at a daily chart. If I don't see the next high in the daily, then I look on the weekly. Okay. But this gives me both of them give me a top 10 list to watch. Now, if something out of nowhere starts moving up here, I can always click on it, even if it hasn't won a race yet. Can always click on it to see what's happening. Like I don't see ERYP. Well, it actually won 2 races, so just click on it and see. Well, what's it doing? Okay, I look left, and I see 147 is the next high looking left. Is that right? Actually, well, it's right at 129. That 147 to me is probably too close for me to entertain taking the trade. As an example, that doesn't, that's not everybody. Everybody will not look at that and go, wow, it's only, you might look at that as one day and it's a big topping tail. That's not resistance. So be it. you know. Yeah, I position myself as a swing trade on that one, the IMUX. I think I have a $2 stop. So I'm in at 235 from yesterday. And I put my stop, the basically the low of yesterday, which is 210, in that $2 range. Okay. And why did I do it? Well, two reasons, of course. Huge void here, but the main reason was Wedbush putting the $5 target on it. I'm not saying it's getting to five, but they've got a following. So, but more importantly to me is the void. Looking left and seeing that massive potential fill here. For me, if it's too close to the next high that I see on the daily chart, I don't take the trade. But that, again, that is just me. Many times it'll blow right through that high and it'll continue, and I'll say, wow, oh well, that high did not stop it. The other thing too is that when you click on an alert, a stock that's won a race before, TGTX, you could have looked at this and gone, okay, I missed this initial move. There's the VWAP. It pulled down into the VWAP at 1657. Okay. And so before that happened, you could have put an alert around the VWAP area. And if you're somebody who likes to see stocks near the VWAP and see what they do they move down below it for a short or do they bounce off it for a long? In which case, and then my only issue is that, okay, where's the high of the day? Is that far enough away? Certainly no right or wrong way. Look at LPSN. What's it doing? Kind of held the VWAP. And, looking left on the weekly chart, 17 is the next high. I can't see anything on the daily. So 17 is the next high in the weekly LPSN. So, there's possibilities for it. Wow, that Carvana. So CVNA, now we have to start looking left again. Where is the next high looking left? So on that weekly chart, I mean, this is look at this on the weekly chart, 1607. I mean, this still the memers have got a hold of this and they won't let up. They just will not let up. Even yesterday, when it got sold down to 907, closed up here a dollar above, and it's just continuing. I mean, the memers got a hold of this right around here, popped it up, then it looked like it was over. But the last 4 days, and it still has room, and it's all that big short float percent. Well, I missed my entry on and I understand that MGSM was I mean, I would never make any recommendation to anybody to take any of those sort of stocks. So you have to kind of have a feel for it. I actually missed my entry at around 820. It went too quickly, and I obviously did not chase it. I had set some kind of a price alert, and then I can't remember if I was distracted at the time or it actually popped right through it, and I couldn't. And obviously, if I chased it, it would have worked. But that's hindsight. And understanding that there is absolutely zero reason why this went up pre-market up to $80, other than the fact that it's an insanely low float, and traders around the world just piled into it. But then the rug gets pulled. Hopefully you're not hanging on up here. Highly, highly risky. So would I have taken it? Yes. I had an alert set at, I think it was 817, 820. And again, I can't remember if I just missed it because I was distracted doing something else, or if it went. I think that's what it was, because I don't think it. I think I had time to take it if I'd seen it. All right, guys. Well, we are 2.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes away, 2.5 minutes away, 3.5 minutes. I was right the first time. 3.5 minutes away from the next set of fireworks. Now, it probably won't happen right at 2:30 because he's got to get up to the microphone and then he'll start to talk. Then he'll take some questions. So it's not like the spy right at the second at 2 o'clock where you get the instant reaction. I would say, Tank, it's been like that for a long time. I mean, I remember, before the pandemic and all, I mean, the SPY on the days of the FOMC would move like crazy. I don't think this is out of the ordinary at all. All right, guys. So IVDA, though, I am getting interested again. IVDA, I know Shady is probably, I'm sure he's still in this one. IVDA, getting interested again. I took my little dime and left it early. I probably would have got stopped out. My stop was about 121. Yeah, probably would have got stopped out anyway, but I took a dime out of it. I don't actually know when it started. You know, I mean, it probably wasn't as crazy, I don't know, in the early 2000s, but I just don't know. I never really paid that much attention to FOMC days. Really, it was crazier then. Really interesting. Okay, guys, we've got half a minute, but again, it won't be exactly at 2:30. So let me get a SPY chart up again at 1 minute in advance of. Well, we're talking just short term, short term, Shady. Okay, let's see what happens here. Hey guys, MGAM, a little bit of a lift here from the AI, a little bit of a lift. So far, no big reaction yet, guys. No big reaction. You might be just getting warmed up. All right, slightly bigger reaction. MGAM's getting interesting. MGAM getting kind of interesting here. Big break of 350 might get it rolling again for a while. There's the VWAP is up here at 387, so it may test the VWAP. Okay, now we're getting more of a reaction, guys. Look at the 15-minute candle on the SPY. Well, I'm sure some of you might be West Rock guys. WRK is getting hit here. WRK. Okay, well, so here's a bigger reaction right now to the SPY than what happened at 2 o'clock. Okay, so anyway, I want to get rid of this. It is what it is. MGAM guys, MGAM from the AI. Good one. Late bloomer here. 340, 363 now. Don't often get too many late alerts from the or late day alerts. I don't mean late alerts, but late day alerts from the AI. But $1 away from the next low looking left for WRK on the weekly chart. WRK on the weekly chart. Earnings play, didn't really see this one, but look at this. What a gap down on earnings. Peloton took a bit of a header with the SPY, PTON. Kind of like the SPY guys, a little bit. Interesting. DAN, next high in the daily and the weekly chart is 18. Oh, sorry, it's 1890. So I thought it was higher. I was looking over here at 1930. So it's got a little bit of room. Moving against the market. Look at these bottoming tails now. Look at that first, I said the 2 o'clock announcement produced this huge bottoming tail, got bought up. The 2:30 presser that's on right now, big bottoming tail, but getting bought up. I don't know what he's saying. He must be relatively positive. Look at MGAM now, guys. MGAM. That 350 break was really key. Now getting right into the VWAP, 386. And it got to 374 before it pulled back. So if you took this one, that's your level that could stall it. 386. If you took this one, now look at the SPY, man, crazy action. Hey guys, Carvana moving with the SPY. A little bit of a bottoming tail there. That's all I'm looking at, that bottoming tail. Of course, the SPY had a huge bottoming tail. And now look at this. Look at this. I got to put up a 1 minute chart just for fun. I don't know what he's saying. But the market's in love with it. We had this, there's 230 right there. So three down bars, and then look at this. The market's in love with whatever he is saying. So far. I put the one up because it's more fun. That's all. You know, I don't use 1 minute charts, but I put the 1 minute chart up because it's more fun to look at. Look at this 15-minute chart. Go IMAX. Swing trader that I am. Just a minute, guys. Good. Okay, I took a scalp trade on the CVNA. I just got rid of some. It was just chasing the SPY up, CVNA. So, and as I said, it still has a ton of room. I'll watch this one again tomorrow, but I took a scalp trade on it. When I say scalp, I mean not in it for a nickel or anything, but very quick. But I have some left. I want to see what's going to happen if it's running with the SPY. Takes out 13. Look out. Look at the SPY, guys. Wow. Again, 1607 is the next high looking left. For CVNA. Again, I am never saying it's getting there. It's just that, I want to see a lot of room and, well, had room, of course. I'm almost surprised it didn't get halted. Well, I'm talking or J-Pow is talking like Charlie Brown. Look at the volume coming into CVNA, guys. Look at that volume. Now, remember I was just saying how Peloton was moving down with the SPY? Look at it now. Look at Peloton now, PTON. Big bottoming tail right there. Yeah, the SPY has been halted, Stuart. I don't know what the percentage is. Is it 7% or 8% or 10%? The SPY has been halted. Very rare, very rare. But there is a halt procedure for all the for the NAS and Dow and the SPY. William will know. No, 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 Dak, you got to listen. No, somebody asked me, has the SPY ever been halted? Ever been halted? I'm just saying there is a mechanism to halt. The Dow, the SPY, and the Qs, but it's very rare. And as William says, he's only seen it halted once other than during 9/11. All right, guys, I'm out of the CVNA completely now. However, if it breaks out over 13 again, I may partake again, depending on what the SPY does. What a move that was. You might have heard me. I was I'm doing all this manually and trying to do a lot of things at the same time, and I wanted to offload a bunch, and I was able to. What a day. What time is it now? 2:46. Almost time for me to put myself on mute. I'm here. You can ask me questions. I'll go over my homepage one last time. Oh, if you click on my homepage link, you're going to see this first. You got to up to the top. This is what you'll see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do get started. It's 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, I think it's a awesome little course for you, free. Okay, look at the SPY. Wow. Um, I do a stock of the day video, which I've already done. The trade of the week. My guess is the trade of the week. Let's take a look at TSN. If the trade of the week is expired, and the answer is no. I think 65.95 or 65.90 it was the trigger. It is not triggered. So with this market pop, TSN is not triggered. I don't think somebody can. I just don't have the email in front of me, but I think it was somebody said it was 65.95, which makes sense because remember they come out on Monday, so there's that's Friday's candle. I think it had to get above the high of Friday, which is 65.73. It's possible it triggered yesterday, right to the penny. Anyway, free service, sign up for it. And then the education section is all here. You got the guide, the getting started again, the daily support sessions between 12 and 1, and more educational videos. And last but not least, my scans. Here are my scans. Okay, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I've been using for years and years and years in the pre-market. But I have, of course, other scans here. And if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then use my promo code. Room gets credit, I get credit. Everybody's happy. The room is free. There's a reason. It is 65.95. Okay, thank you, Christine. Now, if it doesn't trigger today, I think Steve deems it as sort of a no trade, even if it triggered tomorrow. Now, of course, you can take the trade anytime you want. You can follow it for weeks and months and years if you want. But I think I think he says if it doesn't trigger in the first 3 days, then it doesn't get counted in the statistics or anything like that. But again, you can take the trade. I mean, if it triggers next week at that price, you can take the trade. I think there was at least one time back. What is it? Is it 7%? I don't know why, but that number, that's the one I kind of remember. 7% move in the SPY, up or down. I think it was mainly down. I thought there was at least one day. No, it's also, well, you know what? Maybe it's 10%. Maybe it's 10%. So here we go. 7%, 13%, and 20%. So here it is right there. Circuit breakers halt trading on the nation's stock markets during dramatic drops. So I said at 7, 13, and 20 for single day declines in the S&P 500 index. And I knew 7%. So, and so it's halted for fit, not that this is happening, but 7% if the halt is before 325. Anyway, I mean, it's so rare, but they are in place. Did I look at a 6-month chart? Nope, I just looked at well, I don't know if it was a 6-month chart. It's right here. I don't know, is that a 6-month chart? It's October. I just looked left on the weekly, and that's where I saw the big void. Yeah, well, maybe you don't have our program, but yeah, the high was 1069. It's mainly about Wedbush though, okay? They came out yesterday and put a $5 price target on it. Now, I'm not saying it's getting to 5, but Wedbush is, somebody who now I will kind of track. And then when I saw this void, I thought, okay, it's sort of a double sort of bonus points, with the fact that there's a massive void also. Come on, guys. Which was the one that they put on? It was around $15. I think it starts with the letter F. F is in Frank. Somebody will know. And so I was bound and determined the next time they came out with something, I was going to take a hard look at it. No, 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 shady, 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 shady. The question was a question. Can the spy ever get halted? Okay, so that's all we're talking about. It was just a general question. Can the spy ever get halted? We're not talking about can it get halted today or. No, it was not Foot Locker. No, 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 no. It was something. Come on, Casa or Cam. One of you two guys must know if you're still in the room. No, it was not No, no, no. It was not. No, it was I want to call it a legitimate company. The stock was trading around 15 and it went to, I think, about 23, 24 in a couple of days, I think. It was not, I don't think it was, it wasn't Temper. Tempur-Pedic was not Tempur-Pedic. I'll know it when I see it. All right, guys, it's now 2:57. So what I'm going to do, put myself on mute. I'm still here. You have questions? Don't be shy. I'll be here till about 3:20. I will hop right back on the mic if there is a question. Wow, what a move, guys. I have to hop back on this mic. Yeah, BGXS is not halted anymore. It was halted at 12:12 and it resumed at 12:17. As far as I can see, anyway, it's not halted now. It was halted here, 12:12, resumed at 12:17. As far as I can see, it's not halted right now. Fake news. I'll give Prem a pass. Boy, the CVNA is getting me interested again. CVNA, especially if the market keeps doing this. This is a big move, guys. This is a major league move here, in my opinion. Went from 400 almost to 410. Only has to move. I mean, we're kidding around with halts and all that, but yeah, if it put on another 18 points, oh man. And here's my wife's company where everybody's happy. Wow. See, that's the passive aggressive way of not saying I told you so. By saying, I won't tell you I told you so, wink, wink. Well, let's say I got to take a look at the SPY now on a weekly chart. I mean, this is a huge, guys. I mean, this is really, really. Here's the high looking left on the weekly is 410.49, so it's above that. 410 above that. 411.73, it's got that. I mean, the all-time highs are up here, I think, right? 431. I don't think anybody would have predicted this move. Not the magnitude. Three times. I'm not sure. Somebody will know, but I don't know. How about UPRO? I don't know if it's 3 times. UPRO is definitely, I don't know if this is 3 times though. I'm just doing oh, SPXL. Thank you, Pepe. What a day. I have not been complaining about a bear market for a year. You know what? It's well, since I started, I mean, I know you're just talking in general, Dak, but since I started looking at the ETFs or the sectors and comparing them to the 200-day moving average, and I started doing this, well, I don't know, 6 months ago. I don't know, maybe, but even longer. And what I was noticing that three of the major sectors were above the 200-day, and I kept thinking to myself, how is this a true bear market when three of the major sectors were above the 200-day moving average? Now, XLK Technologies certainly was under, communications certainly was under, and there was one other one. Three out of the nine were under, but now, everything has got to be over. If that is a gauge, if I was kind of using that as a gauge. What was the one that was just under this morning? Was it XLP? There's consumer staples. So it was just at the 200-day. So consumer staples is above. Yeah, so there's discretion. Discretionary was right at it when we looked at it this morning. Okay, so now it is above the 200-day. XLK, I know, is above it. There it is. XLF, financials, above it, way above it. Retail, well, not way above it, but definitely above it. XRT, retail, above it. Getting way above it. Look at this. Of course, energy, you don't have to look at energy. Healthcare, it's healthcare. One was sort of right at it this morning. Might have been the consumer staples. I think it was consumer staples that was right at it. So I think all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average now. I don't think there's one that's below. Even again, communications has just been on a tremendous run. Yeah, I mean it's above it, not by much, but still above it. That was the seriously the one that was seriously below for a long time. So yeah, I mean we're all above the 200-day moving averages for all the major sectors. Yeah, I think it was consumer staples. I think that was the one that surprised me. And we're now above it. So yeah, all the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. Well, I guess that's your opinion, Shady. Listen, I just looked at the 200-day. To me, the 200-day is certainly not doom and gloom. And there goes Carvana. Whew. All right, guys. I think I'm done. If there are no more questions, I'm going to pack it in. But let's put it this way: if we're in a bear market, it's the bullish bear market I've ever been in. How's that? Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to pack this in. Thanks a lot for all the help. What a day again. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Well, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll shut you down now also.